Let's get the definition of a foul man. Flush the royal hands, bust his niggas down, fuck the spoil plans. Hitting up the snag team vans, army suit guns and grams, man, fuck it. If you live this life, you got to love it. Who's the one you trusted? Organized when niggas stay adjusted on the low key. If a nigga, oh, we got to see me. Weekly, fuck a freebie, Land Rover, Jeeps, and TVs. The land see what I see, extortion, bust, larceny. Murder niggas constantly, no doubt end up discussion. Started to bustin', if you want beef, bring it to Flushing. With all your weak production. 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 I sit in
analyze the earth as a twist on its axis. 2 for the cream without the taxes, the Hancock relaxes. I'm bagging grams up in plastics, my moves must be made everlasting. My past changed the present prophecies. No mark of the beast push me to be a revolutionary in the street. I clone hit, holding down 50 G tones a week. Enough for the smash plans, a wise man don't speak. Cause jealousy, envy, for figure trigger niggas bust. Evil bitches hold the key to a man's lust. I rush, trying to touch what I don't got. If I'm incarcerated, world flush will blow your block, motherfucker. With all your weak production. With all your weak production. With all your weak production.
Wasteland.
With all your weak production.
Wasteland.
With all your weak production.
Wasteland.
With all your weak production. With all your weak production.
It's like a nuclear reaction. Back down guns, niggas is blasting. Streets are cashing. Late night black assassin. Slush and make it happen. First sticking, I started rapping. Who's the one to blame when you elevating the game? Stress before pleasure. Niggas get back, so whatever. Slugs and levers will have your life under pressure. Royal handmade, blowing this world just like grenades. Sex to text to Uzis. Niggas can't do me. Since a young child, living it corrupt, cause I'm foul. That's my style. Nigga did a bullet on the owl. Meanwhile, my little brother's on the street holding heat, busting out whatever creeps all night, cause shit's deep. New York don't sleep, diamond Rolex cars and drinks. Niggas with minks, 5G stoves and Cuban links. Eyes chink, fucking with these niggas made a nigga think. Now I gotta get cheddar, let a nigga shine forever.
With all your weak production. With all your weak production.
Wasteland.
With all your weak production.
Big phenomenon.
With all your
Royal flush. Worldwide. Moving on your weak production. End up the motherfucking discussion. Word up. Mr. Walls. Mr. Walls. Rest in peace to Magic. Kyle Boogie. No doubt. It's the lens. No doubt. It's the lens. No doubt. It's the lens. No doubt. It's the lens.
It's the ill bill.
What?
Bring the non-fiction politicians with your skill.
Yeah, yo, bottles of liquor smash, confrontational, the nation full of devilish fools. Follow the master devil plantational, passes disaster. Castrates, cripples your visuals. We bringing weapons. They put metal detectors in the schools and the shoes. The binnacle students sparking rules. Crown Heights militant, Lubavitch rocking tools. Ayatollah, scholar Batora, Dutch master roller, utilizing solar to kill the Treaty of Verona. Government documents affect the occupants of projects. We come together, building with Muslims doing sound checks, trading methods of revolutionary thought. A bunch of terrorists since '86, and still we never been caught. Yo, I keep the Secret Service nervous. Federal agencies be sucking surveillance out of my phone circuits. I'm careful, keep my conversations encoded. They've been stressing me ever since the federal building exploded. Molotov cocktail, toss and bring up a sorrow. We linger in the Brooklyn borough, where there's no tomorrow. Certified or rugged terrain, military shooting up your embassy, kidnapping your dignitaries.
What's going on, everyone? You're moving on your week productions, Machine Lives. Allow me to drop the link. We're going to be talking about some important subjects. The historical views of the transhumanists. I know we started a little bit last time. If you guys want to go look, we were talking about the views of Yuval Harari. He had a kind of a interesting take on world history, but it seemed like they started out explaining things in sort of a wayward fashion. First speaking on Eastern religions and how we talked about that that's not really Eastern religions. That's a bunch of shit, mindfulness and all that stuff. It's auto-suggestion mode. It's putting yourself in a sort of a zonked out state, in a state that's docile, able to accept new information. Able to accept new information. This is why people say it's objective.
People are saying the mic is not.
Yeah, people saying my mic is low. Let's see what up with that. Need up the settings. See what it do. What about now? What about now, everyone? What it do? I just got this mic. What it do now? But yeah. Yeah, can everybody hear me now? Or what's going on? But yeah, I attempted to turn my mic up. See what's going on. It said turn the gain up. I don't know.
Matt said, is it on the USB mic? It says static. They said static. Is it on the USB mic?
Oh yeah, it's on the USB. I'm just trying to figure out what's happening. So yeah. Yeah, let me see if I could come on in and fix the mic out here.
Let me see. Sir.
Yeah, I'll come on in. Okay, give me a second, guys. I'll come on in a second. Let me play something for you guys. I'll come back in a minute. See if I can fix my mic. You know, these are actually I just got this mic today, so I'm trying to see what's going on. Trying to see what it is with the mic situation. But I trust y'all. You know, y'all telling me my mic is fucked. I mean, it is what it is. We got to try to fix this shit real quick, guys. Let's see what it do.
And he said, brother's voice sounded close. Couldn't put mic on. Go check the USB microphone.
Yeah. We're about to check all that real quick. I'm just gonna put it in. All right, I'll be right back, everyone. I'm gonna try to get up on this shit. I know y'all ready to learn about some shit. Let me see if I can fix this fucking mic, y'all. I don't want to let y'all down, but we'll see what it do. Let's stop this screen. I'm gonna present this other shit. Static and low volume. Sounds like computer, not the mic picking it up. Thank you, Tranquil Vortex. We'll try to deal with that situation real quick. Yeah, that might be the issue we're dealing with here because people are telling me they can hear my brother too.
Tonight on Lyrical Masterpiece Theater, I will be reading one of my great works, The Maven, The Maven, The Maven, The Maven, The Maven, The After years of mindless content and frivolous crap, a man became dissatisfied with the condition of rap. The powers dumbed the lyrics down and made the listeners adapt. Soon his mental plague became a blinding mist on the map. But his vision was never phased because his eyes had been raised. Over time, he came of age and then grew wise in his ways. He reflected on the great artist and summoned the gall. Then he envisioned hearing one writer who encompassed them all. To overcome this ignorance, nothing was stalled in his thirst. He spent hours collecting, reading, studying all of their works. Traveled all over the planet where great thoughts were bestowed. Sat with preceptors and sages from all parts of the globe. Read relentlessly for weeks before deciding to speak. He mastered every vocal tone and every writing technique. A scholarly product with a self-made prodigy conscious. He memorized past, present, and future bodies of knowledge. Organized it, knowing the solution soon to be born. His next step compiled it all into a humanly form. Though he was eloquent and delivered words with intricate timing and possessed lyrical skill, he had no interest in rhyming. So he ventured down to his lab, which had been his escape. And after working for 20 days straight, an image was shaped. He deposited all his wisdom, every infinite trait. And when he finished, he rendered what he had invented was great. His creation laid on the journey. Once summoned, he rose and instantly began to compose the most dominant flows. Every hour of the day, a different style he created. And when he spoke, every man, woman, and child could relate. Just when it seemed the population might be hurled to his grave, the man smiled because he thought now that the world would be saved. And soon the sky is where the mental surface would be. He had successfully manufactured the perfect MC. The intellect that passed through his brain, the masses obtained. And within days, the nature of the game had drastically changed. Through his sovereign will, deep marvelous thoughts were revealed. And those who held on to the madness got slaughtered with skill. Lyrical prototype who wrote words for the love, not wages. And the greatness of his rap pages would pass through the ages. The motivation to make meaningful songs was contagious. Each writer evolved daily through his creative stages. The negative ideologies of life were uprooted. The first 365-day cycle concluded. But on the 366th day, it was strange. The creation the man had brought to life was starting to change. Accolades under his name and international fame, until totally uncontrollable he slowly became. Intoxicated by his own flame, so arrogance reigned. The insane notion of world dominance mastered his brain. Exploitation of the game through the skill that he used. He had evolved into the same thing he was built to remove. Trained and ingrained in his memory was unmatchable ability. Natural skill indeed, but he was lacking in humility. The builder watched his dream disappearing in haste. With tears in his face, his creation was clearly a waste. The mistake that he made in making a rapper of that caliber, he focused on talent and knowledge, but added no character.
Can y'all hear
Now
me?
he's back in the streets with a savage mystique.
Can y'all hear
He
my
had
voice?
to reach with every paragraph he would speak. So the man searched traveling roads, famished and cold, looking for a mechanical load in tyrannical mode. Since he designed him, he felt it mandatory to find him. The goal was to catch him, deactivate, then realign him. As he searched and explored, he saw things were worse than before. Heard a murderous roar, followed up by verses of war. He ran up to a door where a stranger took him the key. Once inside, a voice straight ahead
Yo.
said, and there he was,
Switch
with
back
a
to the
smile
old
as
shit
if
in
he
the
liked
work.
that he found him. His mic was astounding, plus he had disciples around him. As the man approached, he heard these three words: I dare you. He said, you're not yourself, come back to the lab, I'll repair you. I can't have you killing rap, so come with me, I implore it. He said, your existence versus mine, I'll battle you for it. He thought and said, oh, no, I want no parts of a flow. Why would you turn against the man who taught you all that you know? That's when he laughed and said, I'm the one that you should kneel to. He said, you stupid fool, you didn't build me, I built you. Programmed you to be like me, I propelled this confusion. Every detail of our histories is spelled a delusion. When I tried to teach you my plans, you rebelled on the movement. So I banished you and held you in a hellish seclusion. My craziest deeds, you were just unable to heed. So the idea that you created me, I made you believe. The man said, I worked on this for years. It's lies that you speak. He said, I made it to appear years. It's only been weeks. I'm the architect of you and every bar that was formed. Raise your right sleeve. I'm sure you've seen that scar on your arm. How I assembled you is too complex to try to describe. But if you peel that scar, you'll notice several wires inside. You were my greatest masterpiece. Top of the line of my clones. But I developed you so well, you gained a mind of your own and started spreading conscious thought east, west, south to the north. So I drew you out of solitude to finish you off. And though it's definite, you possess several lyrical elements. You're scared of expressing it, that's why you're vocally hesitant. Discouraged, the man dropped his head and said it's no use. Looked at the wires in his arm and slowly pulled them loose. Then both good and bad ideologies mentally flash. The conscious forces and the wicked forces instantly clash. And everybody in the room vaporized in a flame. Till eventually the two men were all who remained. The anarchy that ensued caused the world to divide. And the followers of both sides began to collide. And then the ceiling opened up and they both looked in the sky. There they saw the giant silhouette of a much bigger guy. He commanded everything to stop and nobody moved. He said this war is over right now and both of you lose. You lose because you took the talent that you possessed and got obsessed with power and used it to conquer the rest. See, you were blessed with the best given the lyrical rod. You didn't build this man, that was a deceptive facade. The other man said, I knew it, but sir, how did I lose? The giant said you had the skill to challenge, but you refused. He said, I came to fix him back, so this fight I'd avoid. He said some things can never be fixed, they must be destroyed. And though you tried to reason with him, don't believe you succeeded. Many were lost because they didn't have the wisdom they needed. So you deleted all your hard work, your moment was here. But you failed because your power wasn't strong as your fear. This test is completed. They said, who are you? Then I spoke and said, my name is K. Reno, and I created you both.
Yo, what the fuck's going on, everyone? Can everybody hear me out here with this shit out here? And yeah, you know, basically we had a false start at the beginning. I was talking about different projects and things and that I was presenting in my last talk. I was talking about Yuval Harari. Yo, what's up, what's up, JG? I forgot you. I forgot anybody was here. Yo, what up, Cat? Yo, JG. It's on that silent. Yo, I don't know. We can't hear JG now, huh? Yeah. Well, we'll add Wizard out here.
Greetings. How's everybody?
Yo, what's going on, Wiz, man? Yo, you doing okay, man?
Oh, yeah, I'm going through that transhumanism, man. I'm changing.
Yeah, we all are. You know, we're all in a state of flux because that's the philosophy of today. You know what I mean? It's a philosophy of becoming, not of being. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
They're trying to trick people.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yeah. What's up, man? You doing okay?
Your mic's good. Now my mic's fucking.
Yeah, I know. But the thing is that I was on Toilet Bowl Earth stream. Shout out to Toilet Bowl Earth, the big homie. And the shit actually got fucked up. I dropped my whole laptop and the USB fucking crunched up and shit. And the fucking thing fell off the shit. So I'm wondering how the fuck it really works right now. And then I bought a new microphone, plugged that bitch in, and it didn't even work. So there's no rhyme or reason to this shit. This old ass shit. I smashed it on the floor and it works, and the fucking new shit won't work. It's like, what the fuck? It's total bullshit.
Bought a new broken mic.
Yeah, a new broken mic. Like, how the fuck is that shit? Like, what the fuck? You know what I mean? And I be buying these shits for $20, so I don't know how the fuck this shit keeps breaking. You know, this is like the old, karaoke mic shit. You know what I mean?
But the shit works good on the Streamlabs. It usually comes in clear on the motherfucking Streamlabs. But you know what it is? We got motherfucking technical difficulties out here because we're living in a world that's mediated. I mean, anytime you have you living in a world that's mediated, see, that's what I tell people, that anytime you have actions that require arbitration, you get false results out of them. You know, you tell somebody to do something to tell somebody to do something else, and you're going to lose something along the way. And that's just with people. Now, when you have a machine do something for you and it doesn't do it correctly, people always blame the machine, even though the machine just does what it does. You know what I mean? So you know, you can't blame the machine. It's just that the machine does what you wanted it to do imperfectly. You know, it doesn't follow a perfect outline of how you want to apply it. You know what I'm saying? You know, that's why there's a whole we'll let JG figure out his phone situation. Hopefully he's doing all right. But yeah, any action that requires arbitration loses in accuracy. You know what I'm saying? You
Yeah,
know,
in the computer system, and I used to build and program them when I was young, when they first came out. Both my parents worked for the government, so we had the first of everything that came out as technology. And so I learned very young how to build and program them. And the basic concept back then was the binary language, the zeros and ones. Then it went to basic, and then it went to Pascal. And now we have this converted language today of computer programming that I don't comprehend at all, because I put it down back then and I never kept up with it. And so we've got a change in the language in computer programming, the same that we have a language in the language that is come across over time and through different cultures. So we've got different computer programmers coming up with different computer languages that are changing the computer languages over time. It's a mirror image of our own language and our own communication skills. But every last bit of it is based on the very simple concept of if, then, go to. So you have to have an input of an if first, and then dependent upon that input, then it has a set of instructions depending on what the input is up to where to go for its final destination. Now, along that path, it might have other variables that it has to stop and check along the way. So you again end up with multiple different paths that it can go at each different point. So when you're, like he's saying, when you're in the arbitration, if you don't have a final destination set up, you're never going to find the path. You're going to end up going by variables, and they're just going to keep throwing variables at you. Okay? So when you get the concept down to the very simple principle of if, then, go to, knowing that the point of origin or origination is the concept of what if, and then what's the final destination. And that's your intent and the effect. This is a common concept in all law: intent. Intent and the desired effect. All the same like wording as if, then, go to. It's all a programming. And just like the scripture says, everything's written in your heart. And no matter what scripture you read, it all correlates to the same thing. Everybody knows right from wrong. It shouldn't take arbitration. It should take reason and logic of knowing what's right and wrong, and that's it. When you start and throwing in all of those other variables, that is what construes everything as confusion. I yield.
yeah, and I think there is that kind of thing of noise, you know. And I got this book right here. You know, let me show everybody right here.
Kind of like the static in your mic earlier. Yeah, cybernetics. Yep.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm talking about. That's exactly what I was gonna bring up, was the static in the mic, because they actually have, because he brings up a very important point in this book. And let me see if I could open this book up and get up on this, because I'm also packing a bong right here, so it's kind of difficult to fucking move around and shit. But I'm like, but he says he says something about noise that's very interesting about static and shit, about getting the static out. Um, you know, and I'm only in the introduction of this book, so I haven't really read into it. I'm preparing for a debate against AI. So that's kind of what I'm getting into. But he said, here, hold this real quick, Sal. All right, so here it says the this Brownian motion function in the case of electric circuits can be generated physically by the shot effect. This shot effect is a phenomenon of irregularity in electrical currents, which arises from the fact that such currents are carried not as continuous stream of electricity, but as a sequence of indivisible and equal electrons. Thus, electric currents are subject to statistical irregularities, which are themselves of a certain uniform character and which can be amplified up to the point at which they constitute an appreciable random noise.
Yeah. Okay, like the Tesla thing that you were showing. Okay. Now Tesla caught on to the idea that the photon, the electron element, all connect, and that there's an electrical current that varies along a path along those photons. And all he did was amplify them. Those photons are little points of light. Okay. And the amplification of the light shows that electrical current stretching from that little needle to that guy to his suit, right? And as you watch that electrical current, you can see it actually moving a little bit because it's a variation of the electrical path that it's going from electrical from one point to the next, and it's switching from one photon to another as it goes along that path. And sometimes it'll switch to the next photon, and that's why you see that wave in that electrical light, that amplified electrical path. That electrical path is always there. We just don't have it visually until it's amplified, and that's all Tesla did was amplify it to show you. And that amplification makes for a better use, and that's why he was saying it was free energy, that all you had to do was project it through the air. We can pick it up through grounding ourselves, but to project it through the air, you have to amplify it. That's all he was explaining.
Yeah, because he goes on to say that the reduction of the output of non-linear instrument with random input to a well-defined series of certain orthonormal functions. Yeah. I mean, I don't know what half of this shit is about. It's really hard to read this book. I'm surprised that you got into programming because like I can't or am I wrong about that? Or you said you programmed a computer?
Yeah, built-in program computers when I was a kid, way back when it was tape cassette.
Yeah, that's wild to me because the math involved to do something like that is completely beyond me. You know, I
Yeah,
know,
I
I
was,
know.
I was building video games before they even came out in the arcades.
Yeah,
You
yeah.
know, so
Yeah. I mean, it's normal people who build this stuff, so it can't be any real magic behind it. It's just a kind of different stuff. But and you know, there's nothing magical behind his tone here, you know, although he does suggest in the beginning of the book that the same way you can program machines, you can program a human society or the animals, which is fucking weird. I also thought that that was really really strange because he actually says that his same theory of cybernetics and programming can can be uh, can be applied to animals, and that I thought was really strange.
well, imagine if they took, say, 20 chimpanzees at a very young age, very infant age, newborns, and taught them all sign language, and then released them out in the wild. You suppose that education would continue amongst the other chimpanzees? It would eventually grow, I'm sure. So it's just a matter of inputting that program, the input. All you got to do is provide an input. That's what the scripture is about. When you shepherd animals, you observe their natural behaviors, and then you place inputs in there to help guide that natural behavior to make it better. Just like we do with dogs. We train them. That's a program.
That's another aspect to it, which is interesting because the same people who created cybernetics, or cybernetics is linked to the science of behaviorism and the interpretation that human beings are like machines. So that goes to what he's saying right here, because he says he says this is the preface to the second edition. He says the role of feedback, and this is Norbert Weiner who wrote Cybernetics. He said the role of feedback both in engineering, design, and in biology in biology has come to be well established. And he's writing this way long ago, that the role of feedback in both engineering, design, and in biology has been established. So he's saying the same.
That's that medical society. Everybody's filling out medical reports and providing their weight, height, eye color, their genealogy, their health conditions that are known in their that are inherent in their family genes and shit. That's what he's talking about. And they're using these devices as inputs, as an experiment. It's a practice, literally. And if you're not conscious of that, and you don't know how to coin your words or purse your lips, you're gonna get stuck.
That's definite. That's definite. That the use of symbols is like is like proto psychology for sure, because it's like our minds are being guided to a certain destination just based on the terms we use to describe our reality. So that's definitely a part of the function, or just saying that symbols are technology, or they're the primary form of technology. One of the quotes we have of Lewis Mumford, he said, "Man is a symbol making animal." And that makes a lot of sense, because there's different theories of how man interrelates with his environment. By the way, Joshua, you said you're confused by the panel. There is no motherfucking panel, dude. There is no motherfucking panel, my dude. Yo, you want to contribute to the panel? Come on up and contribute to the panel. There is no motherfucking panel, my dude.
Yeah, we'd love your input.
Well, I mean, there's no panel. I mean, I extended this invitation to, I don't know how many people. I got 300 followers on Twitter. Joshua said, "How do I join?" Yeah, come on up, dog. Here, let me see, my dude. Yeah, you're most welcome. Anybody's welcome to join up here if you want to contribute to the discussions and themes here. But I extended my invitation to basically 300 Twitter followers, people on Discord and shit like that. I mean, I can't get up to everyone, but you know what I mean? I try to put it out there for people, and whoever wants to come up, yeah, I didn't put it anywhere on a Discord or anything. I just shared it to the Crucible Discord. I'm only part of the Crucible Discord, so I thought maybe some of the people from the Crucible community would come and join the discussion. But I forget to put the link up there. I don't know how to pin the link, so that might be something I need to.
If you go beside the link comment, there's going to be 3 dots. Click on those 3 dots, and it'll say pin, remove, or report.
Okay, there's like a retarded like heart thing there. It keeps opening, but I'll wait for somebody else to comment and then I'll do it. Because otherwise I'm hitting this stupid heart thing with this emoji fucking bullshit. These emojis are controlling people's minds. Speaking of language controlling people's minds, these emojis are a form of newspeak. Lingo,
actually,
thought control. Predetermined.
Actually, it's a form of old speak. It's the actual hieroglyphics. They're going back to the hieroglyphic form of expression. They're using literal symbols rather than the stroke of a pen to create technical words. See, communication is the technology that brings up all other technology. The communication on the cave walls showed us that the technology of the caveman was the spears and stones. And then it grew into bows, and then it grew into guns and weapons of the sort. So the communication was the technology that brought upon the other technology, so that we could see a caveman wall, even though we didn't know anything about bows and arrows. We could see a caveman wall, see with the paintings, and see that they expressed a bow and arrow, and get the concept and go try it ourselves. So it was the communication technology that brought upon the advancement of other technologies in all cases. You're absolutely correct. Communication is the technology.
Yeah, and if you look at it today, what are they improving on the most? It's communications technologies. Like that's what they
Yep.
want to improve. It's like cell phones, the shit that you can see people on the screen faster, you can communicate to people far away quicker. Now they're thinking of using neutrinos, because neutrinos just move at a fucking just an instantaneous. So since they discovered neutrino energy, they're thinking of harvesting this neutrino energy to just communicate instantaneously with people. You could
Yeah.
basically just send a picture or anything. There would be no reason to think of fiber optics or anything like that. You could just send it like a transmission and shit, like through the air, like in a second. So, you know, if they
Eyes,
get the yeah,
eyes to see and ears to
yeah.
hear, those are the only two elements in your body that contain crystals.
Yeah, yeah. You mentioned that on our last broadcast as well. I remember you saying that was deep, and I
That's the
also think,
communication. That's the
yeah,
vibrational communications.
yeah, and the way they're formed. If you look at a fetus and the way the cones of the eyes are formed, they come in like point like 0.000 point of a second. They just the cones just snap into existence, and it actually baffled scientists how something so complex could come into fucking come so instantaneously, boom, there you have cones, and you're able to see shit, and that is one of the things where, like I always say, I always say, God, let me be heard but not seen. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? Because because that's how God communicates to us. God doesn't put on a big display. He makes his words known. And he finds that sufficient. And I find that is the way that actually God communicates. That actually sound is much more aspect of reality than visuals are, even though we think of visuals because of cymatics, because you could have sound vibrate at such a high level that it actually creates like shit, like figments and shit of people, oh
Well, I've
shit,
got
here.
well, I've got a machine called a GB4000. It's the same thing as a Rife machine. It's a frequency wave generator. Now, last summer I was told I had lung cancer, so I went and got one of these machines. It cost $1,900, and it's got you can program the frequencies, and it's got anodes that you just hook up to yourself, and you just sit there and let the frequencies run through you. Now, this would be the same thing as a tuning fork. You could use tuning forks that are set to certain frequencies and sit there and just let them ring in your room while you're sitting there healing because of the frequencies. The
Yeah,
frequencies
I
will
mean,
put your the frequencies will put your cells in order on a molecular level.
I don't know what it is, but like music, definitely. Like I could not live without music. Some people say like music is forbidden in Islam and shit. I don't know what the fuck they do with their lives, or what the fuck they're, like I really don't know. I understand like parties and drinking and shit, but like I couldn't live without music. There is something healing about music for sure.
Well, and they do those tantric meditations where they do the
Yep.
vowels A
Yo,
I O U.
right.
Each time you speak those, they create a perfect toroidal current with their own inflections. It's just like when you see them using those frequencies on a plate with a bunch of salt on it, and it forms patterns.
Yeah,
That's
forms the little thematic patterns. Yeah,
your
that shit
voice
is
does the
crazy.
same thing with vowels. When you introduce the consonant, it disrupts them.
Yes, yeah, and God calls things into existence. So sound is creation in a more fundamental way, because calling something into existence is more powerful than creating a plan for it, because you already know what the thing is. Then you can create it with words. That means that you are actually making it for the first time. It's actually not just creation but also invention, because if you want to make something that's already based on something else, then you need a blueprint for that shit. But God doesn't make things that way. When God
Right.
makes something, it's the first time. Like he makes something perfect first time. So that's how God be making things.
Well,
For real.
when you look up the etymology of comment, guys, and you can go look it up now, put comment etymology, and you'll find out that comments, whether they're written or spoken, are known as inventions, fabrications, and fictions. So when you make a comment, you're literally inventing. Okay, it's an invention. This is why I tell people, make sure you learn how to coin your words or purse your lips, because if you don't know how to invent things that are good, you're going to invent things that disrupt and corrupt.
Yes, that's a powerful statement, because invention can be fundamentally of an evil nature, and
Well,
I
not
think that's
I don't like it, like using it as evil nature, but corrupt.
corrupt.
Because again, if
That's
you
right.
don't know what you're doing, it doesn't necessarily mean that you're evil. It just means that you don't know what you're doing. Father,
Yeah.
forgive them, for he knows not what he does. So
Ah.
he's doing things that are corrupting the system, but we want to redeem him so we can help fix the system.
Yeah, I do. Yeah, I do believe that there's people who are stupid and honest, and there's people who are intelligent and wicked. So intelligence has no value on its own, for sure. But yeah, we got a new guest on the panel here. Joshua, yo, tell us what
Yeah,
you think.
I
Yo,
don't know
what's
how
up,
my
man?
microphone's coming across, so
No, you coming in clear, my dude. Yeah, man. Tell us what you think, man. Tell us what you be on out here.
I don't think much. I'm actually just trying to catch up here. Just kind of
Cool, man.
random or what?
Yeah, this is all random. This is a channel dedicated to the philosophy of technology and exploring religious hoaxes. So if you've seen some of my content, that's basically my 2 lines of shit that I go in. So philosophy, theology, political science, history, basically the architectonic arts. You have any interest in these things, Joshua, man?
Maybe, possibly. My educational background is a bachelor's in theology and a master's in psychology.
Oh yeah. So you're you working with the type of heavy metal that we're out.
No,
Yeah,
no.
yeah, yeah, yeah. You got this, dude. You got this,
No,
man.
I would consider it mostly a waste of time. There's much better things you can do with your life than any of this crap.
Then psychology,
So I worked for the government for like 15 years,
because
specifically.
psychology. I agree with you. Psychology is bullshit. For
Well,
real.
it's kind of like it is and it isn't. I guess it probably depends on what you're doing with it. I was a tactician, not a clinician. A tactician is basically like weaponizing. Think of it the
That's my
difference
favorite
between
kind.
motivation and manipulation.
Yeah,
That's
you
my
There's a
favorite
line
kind of psych.
between there. I'm on the manipulation part, not the motivation part.
Oh shit, yo, we could talk about so much, man. For real.
Yeah, but like, I don't know. You start pulling down the conspiracy concept. You start blaming the wrong area. Most people generally don't know what they're doing to get in a specific direction. At the end of the day, most people are feeling their way around trying to get somewhere.
Yeah, and this is why I say it's my fault. Once you come to an age of majority where you realize certain things that are just common sense, it doesn't matter how baffled you were or how dumb you were, it's still my fault. I'm the one that did this shit. Once I realized it and started learning the reality of it, it becomes more and more clear. And again, that's why I say coin your words or purse your lips. This is something the basic public education system doesn't teach us that concept. They don't teach us to think for ourselves, and that the outcome of what we say and do is very traumatic or very enjoyable. So, and it depends on what we say and do. And so we become indoctrinated instead of thinking for ourselves, but remembering what everybody else has already said and done. And that's sad. I yield.
Guess it all kind of doesn't it just generally depend on your goal? Even if our goals actually like stay the same from say young age, I'm almost 40, but if I was starting out at like 19 again, my goals have definitely changed throughout that period. I would expect that by the time I'm hitting 60, my goals are going to change again.
Absolutely. Absolutely. That's that ascension that once you reach a goal, you set another goal. Or if you come to a point where you don't think you can reach that goal, but you got a better goal and you're still along that path, you can change it, amend it, convert it, whatever, and still be okay with it. But again, you're still going to have situations where you got goals that you realize you're not going to reach, so you just give them up. It's a matter of that reason and logic again, and making sure that when you put something out good for yourself, making sure that it's good for everybody else around you as well.
So then wouldn't that be the problem, like with blame? So it seems like a lot of people that open up discussions like this, they start talking about like intention, right? About other people's intentions. How the hell do we know that?
Exactly. I tell people all the time, when you see me here on this internet, even all of the stuff that I tell you, that's still only the tip of the iceberg. You don't know 75, 80% of what I am. So don't sit there and try to placate that you know my intentions. A lot of times I don't even know my intentions, other than the fact that I want the effect to be good.
I would still find it a little bit confusing how we, like, even just pointing the finger at ourselves, our own intentions.
Yeah, I said, sometimes I don't know my own intentions. I just know the effect I want to be is good. That's it.
Okay.
Can I get the phone number, please?
And by the way, I'm Keith. They call me Word Wizard, Heckle Boss, all kinds of names. Just don't call me asshole. I'll correct you.
I'd prefer to be called asshole. That would probably be a little bit more accurate.
Well, that's why I say people call me asshole. I look them in the face and tell them, let's get it straight. I'm not an asshole. I'm the whole ass.
So, views on transhumanists. Anybody got a take here?
Oh yeah, I mean that's kind of what my whole channel is dealing with. Actually, we started last time talking about Yuval Harari, so I do happen to have a video here that we were watching with my friend Neurojack last time here. So let me pull this up, but yeah, I got many takes. I mean, what do you think about transhumanism, Joshua?
I don't have much of a take on it at all.
Oh, okay.
My only interactions, I guess, that would come close to anything would be service aids, like what the hell do they call them? Dude's missing a leg, so they'll have like a prosthetic limb, things like that.
The $6 million man stuff.
There's like seems to be there seems to be a drive for a huge amount of profit that comes into things like that. I would imagine there would be more, profit in other areas and everything. Those are the only interactions I would generally have, though. It's aside from some organ transplants.
Right, and I think that's where we're going to with the medical and science is with the cybernetic cloning type things, like you were talking about the limbs. Today we see like that leg prosthetic that has this big bow on it that allows people to jump amazing lengths and distances because they're handicapped.
Yeah, I saw that thing. Was kind of fascinated by it, actually.
Yeah, and so we're in this stage where we're using mechanics in a morphing manner of trying to find a way to become self-healing. Whereas like an axolotl loses its tail, it grows that tail back. If it loses a leg, it's going to grow that leg back. If it loses one of its gills, it's going to grow those gills back. If it loses its head, it's going to grow its head back. This is amazing shit. And this is what they're looking at. This is why they study this stuff. They don't want to have to use metal and that kind of
somebody
stuff.
made
They want to be able to get back to the nature of it.
Yeah, somebody made a claim in chat there that way more profitable for nefarious. I don't wholeheartedly disagree with the claim. I'm just not so sure. Like, for example, let's take some sci-fi stream that we all probably grew up with, bionic arm with a weapon or something to basically create, improved military or army or something like that. Is that generally nefarious?
Well, I think what he's getting at there is exactly what you touched on, is the militarization. And what we're getting into now is machines, drones, literally, that we can use and operate from a foreign keyboard.
Yeah.
That's a type of transhumanism. It's an if-then-go-to program based on the input of a human mind.
Well, yeah, but by that definition, though, then all machines would be transhumanist. I mean, like
all slaves are transhuman as well, because they're letting somebody else control them. By that basic concept.
Maybe I'm misunderstanding the definition of transhumanism. Doesn't it imply like there's a merge between the two, a biological and a machine base, like basically being merged together?
Transhumanism doesn't necessarily mean a machine.
Well, it's interesting. There's several, and I'm sure that Wizard will appreciate this as well, because there's several definitions and words involved in the schemata.
Help me with that part.
Yeah. Okay. So we have certain things here that I could share with you. One of them being the aspects of how this word came into existence. Actually, it's important to note that it's important to note several different words, and you can apply them wherever you like. And first we have robots, and I heard that robots comes from a Slavic word that actually means slave. So actually, I mean a Czech word. I'm sorry, a Czech word that means slave. And where did I learn this? I learned it in a Minecraft documentary on YouTube. So perhaps not a very reliable place, because they were teaching kids how to use robots using the game Minecraft. And they were saying that a robot is no different from a slave, the same way that Wizard was saying that a slave is a piece of technology. I think I read in a Will Durant book that Aristotle, I think he paraphrases Aristotle. He says a slave is a tool with life in it. Well, a tool is a slave without life in it, or something like that. but to paraphrase. But then we have the word technology itself. And the word technology comes from Aristotle. And it actually means to bring things into existence from the creative space, which is the logos. So he said to bring things from the immaterial into the material, or in other words, techne, or skill or craft, and logos, techne, logos.
Or conjuration in magic terms.
Yeah, a lot of people would say is conjuring. One person who said such a statement was Arthur C. Clarke, who said any sufficiently developed technology is indistinguishable from magic. And then there's the thinker Jacques Ellul, who wrote the book The Technological Society, and he concludes in that book that actually technology that magic is a primitive form of technology, in ancient cultures, because it relies on a predetermined formula in order to manipulate nature the same way that technology does. So the basic element is the same, And you know, science back in the day was called alchemy, you know, because they thought that knowledge was sacred. So they just said that, well, science is the same thing as studying spirit or all of those things. You know, they didn't actually think it was anything different, that these were two different subjects. But back to this term transhuman, and I
Oh,
can pull this up.
Real quick, I pulled up that quote for you just so I can read it for everybody so they know. It's a great quote. I'm glad you mentioned that. This is Aristotle, and he says the master is only the master of the slave. He does not belong to him. Whereas the slave is not only the slave of his master, but wholly belongs to him.
Yes. So he talks about this in his politics, you know, in the book Politics. So it's interesting to note that the same guy who is defining slavery for us is the guy who invented technology, the word technology itself. so that's an interesting coincidence, isn't it? But you know.
I have some stuff that I'm gonna talk about, but I don't want to disrupt what you guys are already on. But I have a question for. Hello.
Yeah.
Oh, did you guys hear me? Sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry. It timed out for a second.
No, it's all good.
The feds are watching me. No, I'm just joking. Joshua, I have a question for you. You said you were a tactician in the government. I'm sure you don't want to get into any.
Oh, Department of State. There's nothing like that crazy. Department of State.
Sure. I don't want to get. You don't have to get in any details you're not comfortable doing, but I would be curious as to what your experience was, or what do you think is kind of going on. And I mean, obviously, you're using the techniques that you had to use to
manipulate foreign governments, foreign people. Goes down the list. Like even the concept of sitting down at a negotiation table and having a discussion is manipulative. That's really what it is. It's either the goal to oppose the other side or obtain the most benefit you can with just in the form of negotiation. If you're going that path, there's all kinds of other bullshit you get involved with.
So do you believe in goodness?
Probably like in my younger years, it would be like the same thing of becoming a police officer or even like a first responder, right? After so long of just being surrounded in an environment where everybody's basically trying to take advantage of each other, you become very cynical. Not skeptical. You go way past that, go right into cynicism.
But that doesn't really answer the question. It's not about your experiences and what they led you to.
If I believed in it, it was in my younger years. Now I
so you no longer believe. You no longer believe.
I pretty much believe that most of humans are crap.
Yeah, and I can completely comprehend that because a real brief, short synopsis of my life is I grew up in foster homes, and the age of 50 after I'd been adopted at the age of 10. So I floated around foster homes for 5 years, and then I was adopted. And the two people that adopted me both worked for the government. And then at the age of almost 50, my mother looked at me and said, Keith, the police are your authority. Telling me that she too believed the police are her authority. And that told me that everybody in my life had done nothing but lie to me. And so I became very cynical as well. And that's why I'm the asshole I am today. The whole ass. I don't give a fuck. That's why I tell everybody I love you, but I don't give a fuck whether you love me back or not. Because that's my only duty, is to make sure I love my neighbor as myself. So I'm going to give you the respect. And if I see you doing something wrong, I'd certainly like somebody to step up and tell me I'm doing something wrong, because I don't want to go around looking like a fucking idiot. And I don't want you looking like an idiot either. So step up and be a man. That's all I'm about, period.
I appreciate everything everyone said. And that's why I warned in the chat. I might be a bit of a wrecking ball today. So feel free to
that's what we need.
You can't wreck us any more than we've wrecked ourselves, brother.
So long as I get explanations, that's kind of why I'm here. Some of this stuff I find incredibly confusing.
Feel free to kick me off the stream if I get too uppity. I have like so much shit on my mind, and I'm gonna say
That'll
No,
never
I'm
happen.
going to go crazy and
That'll
ask a bunch of questions.
that'll
well,
never happen here. This is as much a neurojack stream as it is a machine live stream, and you know that, my brother. You know what I'm saying?
no, I appreciate that, but
Yeah,
because
for real.
I actually want to listen more, but I have so much on my mind because of the past couple days of just some kind of off-putting experiences that I can't really explain. But I won't get into it directly, but that's kind of where I'm coming from. I have a
Yeah.
question. So and I asked this to Josh first, but I asked both of you guys as well. You know, what do you think? Who or what do you think is kind of pulling the strings of the system at large, based on not only your direct experience, but just kind of like seeing the way it operates and seeing the way that people act and the way that they're operating? You know, just not only your like your direct experience, but your sense of things. What or who do you think is really kind of running the show as far as on this macro level system that we're looking at?
I wouldn't even be able to begin to answer that question. I've never seen anything but multiple systems, mostly that fight each other. So if there's something above that, I have no awareness of.
Yeah, and I'll tend to agree. It's kind of hard to pinpoint it, but it's kind of like Machine Lie said earlier. It's a system that's set up to run, and it's an input system, and it's going to run based on what you put into it. And I think that's the main problem: is people are putting stuff into it, and there really shouldn't be, unless that system applies. And I think a lot of people are taking the benefits of the system as if though it's a benefit, but then when they put that input out into the system, it becomes a detriment, and that confuses them. And I think it's very important that people again comprehend that the terminology that system uses is a technology, and that's a conversion of the communication. You're using a language base that we have an American population that has a comprehension of a 7th to 8th grade reading level. This system is set up for a 24th grade reading level. So most people don't comprehend it anywhere near to the level they need to in order to be able to function with it. And they think it's a benefit. It's like I said earlier, if you put an idiot behind the wheel of a car and he doesn't know how to drive, you better watch out. You better stay off the fucking sidewalks. You know, you got to have somebody that's competent of what's being presented to them, and not just have faith, belief, or hope, but knowledge. I yield.
And how about you, Machine?
Well, I think that I mean, it's interesting that the brother said that there's systems interacting with each other, and there's nothing higher than the systems. Well, that's interesting.
I'm not making the claim that there is nothing higher. I'm making the claim that I'm unaware of what that could be. Could be other
Yeah.
systems for all I know. I don't know.
Yeah, and that's the trip of it, is that it could be other systems, and that's kind of the trip of the game. You know, kind of like when you're playing Minecraft. You know, it's interesting. You know, I was playing Minecraft with my brother. You know, he was recently. You know, he's not here right now. He got himself in some fucking trouble recently, doing some really fucked up shit. But you know, we're not gonna talk about it right now. But you know, until he like gets out of his problems and shit. But you know, my little brother, you know, who produces the show with me, Saleh, you know, y'all seen him in the Crucible debate. He asked a question on the Crucible debate. You know, but he's a real wild one. You know, he does I think risky behavior, you know, is his thing. You know, he's like in the you know JG would get along with him because he's into skateboarding and all that type of shit. He's into risky behavior, but like you know, he's one of those young dudes, and I play Minecraft with him, and I've been playing this game with him since he was a kid, and it's a very interesting game. Because you get to create whatever you want. It's sort of like a game with no rules, except for there are clearly defined limitations within the game. So, although, so it's just like life in a certain way, there's a certain possibility, the possibilities are in a way endless, but there are set limitations. They try to train. I think Ben Goetzel was the one who tried to train AIs to play this game, because an AI is set to play a game with set defined rules. It's only going to be able to behave or master the parameters of those rules.
War
But
game.
yeah, but in a game with no rules or no clearly defined boundaries and things, then it can decide on its own to what to do. So it wanted to see if he could kind of coax these machines into experiencing some form of volition or choice, or making a choice while playing Minecraft, because there's no objective in the game on its own,
Right.
But
And that's like when I was a kid, again, I said we built and programmed computers, and it was prior to the arcade games. Well, as the evolution of the games went along, those systems started connecting. As a builder and programmer of those games, we used cassettes. And in order for that game to spread, you had to put it in a cassette player and copy it. So it played as long as that tape cassette would play, depended on your program. Now you can do things instantly across an electrical connection while you're programming.
yeah,
And that's
and that goes to another level of experience within the game, which is that anybody can be instantaneously manipulating the code of the game as you're playing. So anything in the game that appears to be a random event could actually be a pre-programmed event.
correct.
So I think that that's kind of where we're at in terms of systems and greater systems, that it seems like we're playing a game, and that every now and then somebody gets to come in and manipulate the rules of the game and change how the game is being played, and we think we're playing the same game, but by the time we log back in, it's radically fucking different, because the people who know the code are manipulating the code as we're playing. You know what I mean? So that the whole map is different. The next time you sign in, the map is fucking literally different. They've literally taken shit out of the game, changed the whole landscape, and you don't even know if you're playing the same game. That they could have replaced everything in the game except for one or two things, and you wouldn't notice, because you've not seen the whole fucking game. You know what I mean? So
Yep.
so you wouldn't be able to tell. You know what I mean? So
No,
you know.
I just want to say that's exactly kind of how I see shit happening, and it's hard because whenever I get into these conversations and I try to explain something along those lines, people just they just gloss over, and I'm almost at the point where I don't know if it's on purpose or they just don't get it. But it's weird, man. When you try to explain shit like what you just said, you just get a weird ass reaction from people. You know what I mean?
Well, the
I'll be right
problem
back, guys.
the problem
For
that
sure.
that problem boils down to how something is explained. It's kind of like what words you use to explain something. Like for an example, just tossing the word manipulation in there, right? It just implies that somebody's trying to constantly influence you in some form or another, right? Which is more of a truism. Every time two people interact, they are having a type of influence. The only real difference between motivation and manipulation is intention. We can't seem to, or I'm not familiar of any mechanism that's able to measure intention. So you just have to default to the negative. But generally, people don't like the word.
Yeah, and this is what somebody said here: change the goalposts, and that seemed like, kind of the whole situation. It's like you say your goal is a happy life, a good marriage, and all that stuff, and people have you fighting all these little things. They have you fighting, kids trying to do this and trying to, manipulate their own genes. And, now you have kids trying designer drugs and all this stuff. So you're fighting all these little battles. And now you just say, you know what? I just don't want my family to be involved in designer drugs and designer genes, you know. So now you're fighting that little battle, and the bigger battle of having a life that's uninfluenced by actors and having your own, being able to control your own destiny, that falls away. And that's it. When you're fighting all these little battles, then the goalpost changes, and they're manipulating those little fights, making you fight these little fights, so that you think that your goal is these little battles instead of the thing you were working on. And they constantly shift over the game so that you lose track of what you were fighting for in the beginning. You know what I mean? Or you lose track of what the original prize was. You know what I mean? You lose track of the whole fucking plot.
So that brings me down to, like, is the complaint that we're involved in an environment where, like, pretty much everything is manipulated to some form or another, and is
Yes.
it the complaint that we just can't opt to,
Well,
like,
that
not participate with it?
well, do you really think that that's a complaint? Or do you, or are you ready to accept that as a truism, as you've said? You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean?
I would say that the mindset that basically telling people that you can't opt out is probably a really bad way to lead society down.
Well, not that you can't opt out, but you said in a previous statement that everybody is under some form or another of manipulation.
Sure. As long as you interact,
so that
as long as a person
precludes.
interacts with an environment, basically, if somebody was to go down to, like, from a philosophical point and say, okay, as long as consciousness exists, you're going to get manipulated one way or the other, right? There's always going to be somebody trying to motivate you. There's always going to be somebody or something trying to manipulate you. The only difference really comes down to is what defines motivation and what defines manipulation. Getting away from as much as possible, sure, if you can recognize the dangers of, say, like, I guess just being addiction to the internet. If you can recognize that that's going to be problematic, you can separate yourself from it. But to tell people, like, no matter what you do, it's always going to be there, probably not going to be the best on society.
Well, I hope Wiz returns. I want to this. I just want to get into, in an indirect way, and I have my reasons. Get into what I'm going to use a personal example of kind of what I have on my mind. And
Please,
it's not,
please.
and because I want feedback from Machine and anybody else listening. I hope Wiz comes back as well, because I would love his feedback. But essentially, what it is like, I'll give an example. Like, what I've been saying to people is, you know, we should get involved in the political system at the grassroots level, everyone independently. Like, as an example, I would say, if you're a right-wing conservative, you should go and get involved in your local conservative party. Now, the truth of the matter is, I don't actually think that that's going to work in the way that people think it is, but I do believe that people having hope that will work will lead to a better outcome, because when they fail, they will see that the system is rigged against them. Do you understand what I'm saying? And from that, they can have a better option.
Yeah, I comprehend it, and I actually kind of totally agree with it. I myself, conservative, very conservative, actually, but an atheist conservative. It puts me in a really weird slot. But at the end of the day, getting involved with local government, it's kind of like as best as you can get to, like, self-defense. Right? Like, usually it's going to be like your county zoning board or something. Like, if you own property, that's going to be an enemy. Right? You're always going to have to fight something, but at least you're participating and doing something.
Well, let me get a little deeper into it, because I'll
Okay.
say, because I think you and Machine, and I'm sure everyone listening to this will kind of understand what I'm saying, because I know exactly what you're saying, and I agree. But my idea is, I can't fully explain what I want to explain, but I'll try to explain what I'm alluding to. And I think that and I'll ask a question a little bit later, but I think it's, if you start looking at the way the military is organized and our government's organized, people look at the corporate world revolving in and out of lobbying and corporate jobs, and people think that that's kind of like the source of the power. But also, there's a lot of secret organizations that people think of as like, secret societies, but also, within the military and the industrial and the corporate world, there's a revolving door. And so what I mean is, like, if you look at DeSantis as an example, why are they pushing DeSantis so fucking hard right now? Because he's basically a very high level secret military lawyer. And people think, oh, he's doing all this good stuff against the C-19 stuff. But if you look at where he's from and what he's involved in, I think the fact that people thinking that he's an independent actor, and I look at someone like that and I'm like, okay, this guy is taking fucking orders, and this guy is so wrapped around someone's finger high up in the deep, what people call the deep state. I don't like that word, but people kind of get what I mean.
Yeah.
And so people have this illusion that, and again, I don't like to tell people, hey, it doesn't matter if Trump or Biden wins, because I do think it does matter to some degree, but more because of people's perception, not because of the actual election itself. Does that make sense? So
yeah.
And so what I'm trying to say is, I think there's a lot of people in these communities that know that, but they don't want to talk about that. And that's kind of what has kind of been bugging me lately, is like,
do you think, I actually kind of, I think I fairly well comprehend your position here. So, but a couple questions here. Do you think that people obtain this? Do you believe that the vast majority of U.S. society, like, honestly, like, believes that there's like one teeny tiny small group or a single entity that's like in control of everything?
I don't think the vast majority of people believe that, but also I think the vast majority of people don't really have an interest in knowing either.
Right. But wouldn't it follow that, like, if a person doesn't believe that they would generally believe that no matter who is, the mouthpiece in front of the TV camera, that there's always somebody behind them or something, or another group or something like that?
I'm sure people in general get that, because everyone I talk to who's a little bit interested in the topic basically say, they're basically they're basically wrapped up in nihilism at best, is what I would say, because, or cynicism, maybe, perhaps, and again, I don't think I'm being dishonest by trying to encourage people to not feel that way. But what I'm saying is, like, people are totally giving up their personal agency, and thinking that's going to help the situation.
I agree.
You know what I mean? And I just see that as a problem.
Agree. Yeah, no, I strongly agree. I guess, just without a something very specific to put your finger on, like, like, in the concept of blame, is, I don't know. It's like trying to fight a ghost. Like, if a person was just pissed off enough to actually go against it, it would still then be, what exactly is the problem. But I do agree with you in the concept of, you can't give yourself up to go to it. I concede your point. I definitely concede it.
I appreciate that. And again, like, I'm not saying that I know the answer, but what I'm saying is, like, I think there's a lot of people who kind of get what's going on, and even to people who have even to people whose audience is smart enough to understand these concepts, they don't want to they don't want to talk about it. And I just find that kind of, like, disturbing, you know what I mean? Because it's kind of like,
yeah, okay.
Yeah. And I can understand why to some degree, because perhaps it's not profitable, but at the same token, it's kind of like, like, you look at the whole right-wing movement in general. I mean, people are over here celebrating the Supreme Court thing, and they make all the memes of whatever the black Supreme Court name guy, I can't remember. I always get him mixed up with the Thomas Sowell. and Clarence Thomas, right?
Oh yeah.
You know, everyone's making the meme. Oh, you know, look what he did. He stopped affirmative action, and people are celebrating these victories, having no idea how deep this shit goes. Like, they're gonna throw you a bone every once in a while, but even that bone is gonna be redirected against you. You know what I'm saying? And people just
hasn't it? But hasn't it always, or hasn't that always been the case though? At least through U.S. history.
They're wedge issues. It's a wedge issue. It's meant to divide people, just like abortion.
Sure.
Yeah, real quick, I wanna say welcome to the panel for Flow State. This is the first time he's joining us. He's a very intelligent fellow. I've seen him on the Talcott panels. You know, I'm an avid watcher of Talcott, and I'm familiar with him. I know he's an economist, and perhaps he could lend his expertise or
I'm already
anything he
a big
wants.
fan. You're an economist. I'm a real big fan.
Yeah.
I'm not an economist anymore. I work in construction, actually.
Yeah, but it said, but you
no,
said you
it's
studied
interesting
it.
conversation. Yeah. I have a bachelor's degree in economics, so I think that
Yeah, Flow State, you're kind of breaking up there, my friend. But yeah, we'll see if you could fix your audio there. But yeah.
Well, I would love your feedback on what I said, Machine, if you don't mind. I would love to hear what you thought about what I was talking about.
Well, I think there's I mean, what specific part?
Well, essentially, it seems that there's. Oh, are you there?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Essentially, it seems like there are certain topics that people don't want to talk about on the online sphere, right? And
yeah,
and also I would say that what do you think about the fact that it's kind of like it's kind of like we got this like amalgamation between, you have like human systems and now you have the technological systems, and I think there's a like the whole idea is like transhumanism, and it almost seems like there's what we might be able to perceive as a symbiotic relationship between the two, right? Like they're kind of bouncing off each other. Like, it seems that perhaps some of these people, whoever's in charge, have kind of figured out a way to use the technology to a certain degree, but also the technology is helping things stay on track in spite of the fact that these systems between people might be against each other, if that makes any sense, right? Like there's obviously a track that's being stayed on regardless of the disagreement between people, if that makes any sense.
Well, you're not wrong here. Like, it starts from the point of the thing is a tool. This is what we do. We build tools. We do things with tools, usually against somebody else or something else. You're not wrong there.
Yeah, and that tool, again, is an input system for its supply and demand. I just made a comment on this. Our education system teaches us a colorful language known as English. And that's a presumption that teaches us things that we're residents and citizens, citizens of the United States, these false terminologies that we're willing to believe in without knowing what they actually stand for.
Yeah, and that goes to, and I know Wizard will appreciate this too. It's kind of like the mix and match of the terminology itself, or how they play the words, is actually sets you up for kind of failure itself, because the thing is pre-programmed in an implosive rhetoric that is basically dialectical at its outset. So like the term like transhumanism you know, you know, like a term like
Well,
you know,
I've got a perfect example.
yeah,
Defendant. The
yeah,
root word is fend, which is a French word. And then it's mixed with a Latin prefix and a Latin suffix as an English word, which is in actuality a contracted term of two different languages.
yeah, yeah, like
As would be most of the English language.
Absolutely, the entire English language. It's a borrowing from multiple other languages. It is the true modern Babel.
Well, does anybody contest the concept that language is a tool?
No, not
Or
at all. It's a technology. It's the original technology.
yeah, so we're just back to another truism.
Yep.
well, it goes to the paradoxical way that certain things are couched so that you can basically it escapes any meaning that you can apply to it. So like transhumanism, you know, it's kind of like you know, to say that something is fixed but it's not, you know,
Right.
so
Well,
in a way we're talking about the past but we're talking about the future. So we're using the past to explain the future, but here we're using the future to explain the past. It's complete ass backwardsness because it's like transhumanism. It's like we're going into a place where man will become something that he's not in order to
Oh,
redefine what man himself is.
okay.
You
right.
know,
Maybe I'm catching on. Correct me
yeah,
where I'm getting this wrong here, if I'm getting it wrong. So really, what's boiling down, or what's the problem being boiled down to is really just the goal. It's an unstated goal. We're making claims, we're giving expressions, but in this case, it's like there's no goal specifically being defined.
you're talking about with me, or you're talking about with
Well,
the
just in general, like,
Right.
the idea would be like if this is a problem, just take anything. Doesn't matter whether it's transhumanism. Take any political, just whatever it is. There's effectively somebody saying this is problematic, and then everybody generally agrees. And then the next step is
Change.
like, well, what's the goal? We skip over that and then go down to
Well,
something else.
Right.
just to make one point, that's exactly kind of what I'm pointing to. Is like what I'm noticing is a lot of people who say I'm overall seeking quote unquote the truth. They don't seem to ever define the goal of what they're trying to accomplish, right?
Yeah,
And
very common in debates. Like
well,
very common. I'm
and,
starting to
but
really
Right.
notice, and it's pissing me off because I'm trying to learn philosophy and it's just kicking the
well,
crap out of me.
no, and when you start
Right.
picking apart, when you start trying to pick people apart and try to suss out what their goals are, they don't really like it, and that's kind of what I'm alluding to. Is like I'm
Right,
starting to,
right, right,
starting to
right.
get that sense, and I'm like, is this on purpose or is this, uh, yeah,
Well,
or
Yes,
many people
yes, it's
want to agree that
intentional.
there's a problem and that it needs to change, but nobody wants to come up with a real solution or that final effect.
Or at
They
least
know it
have the
wants to be a good
discussion.
outcome. It's got to change, but they have no real solution.
Or exactly how Nero it said that we don't even want to have the discussion. I won't lie. Some
Yeah.
of this stuff, like I would probably stay away from in open. I hate the idea that this is kind of being streamed, right? But the idea is I'd hate to kind of actually take a hard stance one way or the other for the sake of coming across, the fear of coming across looking like a conspiracy nut job.
And I can completely comprehend you there. And I'll explain that with California made a law here a few years back to outlaw the use of plastic straws. Now, the confounded thing of it is that they went through all that exercise to change something, and they had no real effect. They didn't really solve the issue because what happened, the change that they made was no longer using plastic straws in paper wraps, and now they're using paper straws in plastic wraps. So did they really change anything? Yes, but did they really get a good outcome? No.
At the end of the day, it could have just been appeasement. Like they might have just been appeasing to somebody that was complaining about something.
Yeah, exactly. But did it really resolve anything? No.
Probably not. No. Well,
Well,
just because of the fact if it was the goal to limit like plastic from being I guess tossed into the ocean kind of thing, U.S. isn't even on like the top 20 here of polluters of the ocean.
Exactly.
So it's just blaming somebody. We might get it right, maybe like 1 in 1,000.
This is kind of what I'm talking, and I'll just use a quick example to illustrate what I'm talking about, and not because I want to hear Machine's response as well. But this is kind of what I'm saying is like, whenever you start pointing out a conflict of interest in priorities and goals, people shut down and they just do anything they can to obfuscate that there's a contradiction in the priorities and goals. And it's like, okay, so, and like if and like it's kind of like how all this focuses on how racist the West is, or how evil the West is, or how much pollution the West does. And it's like, okay, well, let's point that back at everywhere else in the world. Like if you look at violence or violent crime or gun crime in the United States, if you correct for a very small minority of people doing all the crime, and I'm not saying that just as a racial thing, I'm just saying like it's a very few amount of people committing most of the crime, just numbers wise, right? But if you start correcting for that, it's like America's not that violent. Like we're not that bad, right? But it's obviously these I don't know how to describe it, but these narratives that we're being told are obviously on purpose to disrupt things more than they are to actually get. The narrative is not the goal. The narrative is a function of other goals that we're unaware of. Does that make any sense? Like,
yes.
The Hegelian dialectic.
Yeah, well, that's kind of what I wanted to say, but I didn't know if it really applied, but yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah, definitely. And it's important to note what that concept represents. And I like that you're getting into it this way, Brother Neurojack. And I think you're onto something with this, because the thing is that we do live in a plethora of like controlled narratives and kind of symbolic reference frames, and they do seem to guide us to specific goals, yet there is a sort of open-ended process to the schemes, and that goes with this concept of Hegelian dialectic, where there is no end to the Hegelian dialectic, because some people think that, Hegelian dialectic is basically principle, problem, solution. So there's a principle, there's key problems within those principles, and then there's a solution to that. But the problem is that once you get to the end of this process, the process has to start over, meaning that there is no end to the Hegelian dialectic. And it comes from a previous idea of Nicholas of Cusa, that actually he stole it from, called coincidentia oppositorum. And people don't know this, that it's actually magical thinking of coincidentia oppositorum. Coincidentia oppositorum means that any idea precludes its opposite. So say you believe something, that precludes believing in the opposite of that thing. So they say, so that was an idea actually invented by Nicholas of Cusa, saying that that every idea seeks its negation, and actually that negation of the idea is part of the idea itself. So it's interesting. So I mean, where do we proceed from that? I mean, you see that in evolutionary terminology, because around 1800s, and this is why we got to know what we're studying, because if you try to negate somebody's view, I mean, you have to know it front and back. I mean, you have to know your opponent's position. You have to be able to understand them. You have to keep your friends close and your enemies even closer, as it were. You know, so you have to know the narrative, the false narrative that's being employed. You have to see, you know, the matrix for what it is before you can try to get out of it, you know, as it were, you know. So that's one of the things here, and that's why we study how they came up with these concepts. And you look at transhumanism itself is based on an evolutionary conception of man. So there's no stable framework within an evolutionary conception of man, but it is a goal, open-ended within a system. And that's why all goals of systems are open-ended, because a system just does what it does and seeks to improve its function within. So it doesn't actually worry about what's going on around it. It just seeks to improve within itself. So that is one trait of systems, and the same is with this concept of transhumanism. Derived here, it says that Julian Huxley created the term transhumanism. So that's very interesting. The ancestor of Darwin himself. Darwin created the theory of evolution, and he had descendants, and one of his descendants was the founder of UNESCO, Julian Huxley, who created the word transhumanism, a way that basically saying that humanity is across a broad spectrum, that humanity is something that will be surpassed in the future.
Is that a relative of Aldous Huxley?
Yes, I think it's his brother. Yeah.
Well, and that's who Orwell was hanging out with and everything like that, and people like to kind of skip over that. But that's how he knows. I mean, I think that's kind of how he figured out a lot of the stuff, is he was hanging out with these people and figured out that Spain was being. I mean, I've heard a lot of stuff about the Spanish Revolution here lately, just little things here and there, and I'm like, people love to forget history. I mean, it's incredible how similar things are. How cyclical a lot of this shit is the past 100 years or 200 years or 300 years. It's like the same shit over and over again. The French Revolution, the Spanish Revolution, all these little events are not. It's like the same fucking war. It's like the same game plan. They just kind of, tweak the logistics, but it's the same shit over and over again.
Yeah, I mean. Yeah, I mean that's so wow. I mean, when that really hit me, I mean, it really blew my mind to see that these people were connected, and just in a very short way connected, and that somebody who created the theory of evolution, or be supported by that theory, or believe wholeheartedly that theory, that it's basically a family business for him to believe this, is actually involved in the creation of something like Planned Parenthood. And it makes perfect sense, because if
and Edward Bernays is his great nephew or something.
Well, I think that's
or that was Freud. That was Freud.
That's Freud. Yeah. I mean, small world though. I mean, you have Freud and Darwin. I mean, these are the two most explosive minds of the 19th century. They take off like crazy.
Well,
there's eugenics and stuff. And yeah, go ahead, Neurojack.
Oh no, I told you I'm a little wired up today, so I apologize if I'm talking too much.
No, it's all good.
But you're triggering me to remember a lot of shit. Hey, Wizard, are you there too?
I am.
Okay, I just wanted because I wanted to get your take on this. I already mentioned it, but I think you're away. But I'll mention one thing. So I was talking about how I'm using DeSantis as an example, but like you look at DeSantis and where he comes from, he's basically a JAG a JAG lawyer, and he came out of all these like institutions, and I think they're pushing him for a particular reason. Even if he's not to be president, he's obviously taking orders to disrupt something. For what, and for what we don't know. But I'm saying people don't like to talk about how it's not only a corporate revolving door, but it's a military intelligence revolving door with media, with politicians. I mean, basically, if you start looking into, like, people talk about skull and bones, but it's a lot deeper than that, right? Like, I mean, I don't want to say exactly where I grew up, but I grew up close to some very, you know, and I didn't have any family involved in it, but just growing up around a lot of military institutions and you know, the East Coast, you kind of pick up on, there is a large network of military operations, covert and not covert, operating at one time. And I just always had a sense of it, right? Like, I didn't have any like inside knowledge, but I just kind of observed that shit worked differently than what the way I was told, right? And so anyways, I mentioned that to mention, like, I heard a story earlier today on a old interview from someone about how, you know, people like Einstein were hanging out with like sex orgy groups of intelligence officers. And, you know, like, we're talking about Huxley and this, but there a lot of the most famous figures that we see in science, literature, all of the things that we look at as quote unquote Western civilization, at least for the past few hundred years, has been very controlled by this operation stuff, right? So I just wanted to, I see that it's like, it's so ingrained into the culture that it's like, it's almost impossible to separate how deep it's really going, you know?
Well, yeah, and it goes to people doing their research. Like I've said many times, I don't want people believing me. I don't want you believing your neighbor, the government. And for crying out loud, don't believe your mother. Do your own research so you know. And when you get into this research and you realize, see, that Civil War, that wasn't about slavery. That was about a land grab, the Louisiana Purchase in the Gulf of Mexico for a southern port. Now we have the Panama Canal because it evolved into the Panama Canal, because they had that port set up for the southern port for imports and exports. But before they could get the birth registration, the enumeration, and all that set up, they had the Panama Canal. So now that's where the Panama Canal comes in, is the birth registrations and everything we have today. That's a military enumeration. That's the Admiralty side to the maritime commercial ports, imports and exports. And that's who you're supposedly working for when you have a commercial person under the Organization of the United States. Every state ceded their jurisdiction to the United States. The United States is the debtor, and that debtor is located in Washington, D.C. Washington, D.C. has no statehood. So the states effectively gave up their sovereignty for a military brotherhood. I yield.
Exactly. That's exactly what I'm talking about, is this brotherhood that no one wants to talk about. That's exactly what I'm talking about. Yep.
Yeah, but that's kind of always been the case. In DOS, I think like it had to be somewhere between 80 and 85% of all of the things that we dealt with were predominantly commercial. Like, it was just basically one business, let's say like a U.S. business versus, or dealing with a foreign business. Like, that's like 80% of it. The 5% of it being any type of like citizen services. They say like renewing your passport abroad, shit like that.
Yep, that's 8 eons. It's been going on for 8 eons. It's
been going on as long as I've ever heard about it. I mean, all of our legacy policies are still geared past that, or geared toward that.
History shows at least 8,000 years.
But that would be like saying like it's a truism. I don't really kind of consider it to be this like, you know, unknown thing. Like when somebody says like a national interest, well, money controlling other countries' economies in their trade, that's in our national interest. That's
well. Let me.
The United States dollar is the world mark for the dollar.
But this would be true.
Yeah. Well, let me bring it to where it's not a truism, or it's not as obvious for most people, and see if you can follow me there, because here we have and I'll try to put it in the most wide seeming phrasing as I can, try to pull you into my design here and see if you want to engage with this. Okay, so what we have is a not just a economic system that seems to control, and that might be true, that that might be a thing that has dominated, and foreign clubs and secret clubs, but this is more of ideas and the way people frame ideas. It's beyond money. It's that, trust is better than gold, and that there's actually trust. Money actually is a form of trust, or a form of confirmation of an understanding between two business partners, or a rate of exchange, or something like that. But that's
Right.
based on a sense of ideas or values. Now those are determined by something greater, and in our present age, those values and ideals are determined by the scientific worldview. And that scientific worldview, its origins are mysterious, to put it quite frankly. But also, one thing that's linked to its origin is the occult. So do you follow me there, or no?
Yeah, I'm just chewing. Just give me a minute to chew on all of it. So, okay, like the concept of trust. Shit. Psychology defines relationship as mutual benefit. Basically, if you have two entities, they're most likely to have some type of relationship, whether it be trustful or not. It's going to be based on them both having a benefit from it. This is all relationships. Doesn't matter whether it's siblings, friends, spousal, parental. They just all boil down to this. The concept of trust can only be ensured through force or some type of leverage. Basically, a threat. This is why, like, the economy is more of a threat than anything.
Well, trust. No. Trust seems antithetical to force, because if I force you to do something, then I don't have to trust you.
Well,
the monetary system uses both, though.
Yeah, you're trusting the result. You're not actually trusting the other entity. You're just
exactly
using some type of leverage, or even a threat of force over it to obtain that. What we define as trust.
Yeah, there's a link in the private chat, brother. If you want to pull that up and play it, that'll explain it perfectly.
Yeah, let's get up into this. Okay. You said private chat. Okay, I got you.
Yeah. Before we go there, can I ask, like, what the other thing is? You said, like, there has to be something else. What is that other? It's kind of like pointing a finger at a ghost in the machine. Well, what is the ghost?
You're talking to me?
A different value. A different value.
Okay. So different values. So some type of system. If two entities hold two different values, how do you? How do you basically find some type of common ground enough to have a mutual benefit?
A conversion.
See, I always go right back down to manipulation. You're manipulating the other person. Well, it would be more efficient to manipulate the other person or the other entity.
It's always going to come down to a conversion. And in that conversion, if both parties know, then it's not a manipulation. If one party knows of a conversion, but the other party doesn't, that's manipulation.
Sure.
We'll say you go to the store and you purchase something, right?
Sounds well. I get what you're saying. It comes extremely close to world domination. Like, I mean, at the end of the day, if you had this formula,
what comes down to world domination?
The whole idea that if you could convert the globe to basically adopting your values, whatever you define that to be, you're basically just after world domination. I can't think of anything above that. Unless we start colonizing space, globe is your limitation here.
Well, do you believe there's an ideology on Earth that seeks to colonize space? At least.
Yes, at the end of the day, all ideologies, no matter who they are, want their value system spread.
Look around. Are there people talking about colonizing space?
Yes.
What's their ideology?
Much more than just talking about it. It's planning stages, development stages,
Yeah, yeah. And what's
construction stages, yeah.
and what's their ideology?
Fuck, I actually don't know, because now you're talking about organization. I would imagine there's multiple people. I no idea.
Let's take one group or organization as an example. Let's take the highly publicized SpaceX, you know,
Okay.
where they send rockets. You know, they've never accomplished one of these missions, or I don't know if they have. On record, it seems like
efficiency of current values for basically profit. Right now, money, but I know that's kind of vague. But whatever they do with their money is effective.
You think that they're doing, well, you think that people are putting rockets
highly profitable.
Well, subsidized by the government.
Yeah, most entities that believe it or not, most things are subsidized by the government. Even farming subsidized by the government. You take your pick. If the government has an interest in it, it's getting subsidized.
We have a fascist economy. To make it big, you have to have a government partnership of some sort.
Yeah, so that's socialism. You know, that's not straight up.
I think it's fascism. It's a marriage of the private commercial sector and the public state.
Yeah, so I mean, if the whole world operates by that system, then then you already have a global system. You already have global socialism. Because
I think that we sort of do more than we're aware, and our own lack of awareness, the fact that we all pledge allegiance and are proud of our freedoms, in a country where there's more incarcerated people than anywhere else in the world by miles, is kind of laughable and testament to the fact that we, you know.
Well, and there's a lot of people who say that they're not aware and they're fully aware, and that's kind of what's kind of fucked up, in my opinion. It's like there's a lot of people, and they don't know how deep this shit goes, and I think that they do, and I think they're obfuscating that for whatever reason.
We're slaves to convenience.
I would be curious as how do you bring it? Like, okay, if I met you guys on the street, no offense, I think like half of you guys were like crazy as shit, right? But at the end of the day, if you take like 5 minutes to kind of like rephrase it a little bit differently, now all of a sudden it starts to sound like, you know, well, this is reasonable, right?
Well, me and Wizard are definitely fucking insane. I don't know about anybody else out here, but me and the Wizard are fucking insane.
I've got to put Nero on blast here. I think, like, as he says, you know, he's confused by why this isn't more conversed about openly. I'm kind of curious about that myself now. So the question comes down to is how do you talk about this type of shit without coming across as some fucking crazy, you know, tinfoil hat guy?
Just to qualify what I'm saying, I'm talking about people who are already well versed in the stuff that we're talking about.
I'm not versed in any of this shit. Like supposedly might have worked in the middle of it.
No, but that's my point.
And that's how we saw. Well, that's how we help solve that problem. Is people like you getting up on panels like this where we are discussing it.
There's absolutely no way I can help. I'm still confused by half of it. I mean, I comprehend it, right? I'll eventually get the dots connected with no problem. Once you start to understand. But
it's easier to. Go ahead.
Well, Nero's question is spot on, right? And that actually now there's your goal right there. Your first goal is to figure out how to talk about this shit without coming across like, you know, tinfoil hat guy, right? So anybody got any solutions there? That would be the first thing.
Yeah.
Well, so, I do a lot of questions. I ask a lot of questions.
Exactly.
Oh, I've got more questions than I've got like no
because
answers.
It's easier.
It's nothing but questions here.
It's easier to make a defense case, right? You can break down somebody's false beliefs way easier than you can construct new ones. Even if you are confident in your beliefs, which I would say is also a form of ignorance, because you know most of us don't really know what the fuck's going on. But it's easy to spot a lie if you're looking for it.
Sure.
And so, like, if I were trying to convince somebody that NASA's full of shit, I would say, how do you have a vacuum next to the atmosphere? How can space be a vacuum if the atmosphere's here? And then I just drop it. I wouldn't try to push anything else and just let their brain sort of chew on that. You can't.
Yeah, a vacuum is inside of a bubble of some sort.
Right.
Inside of a bubble. So how do you explain the vacuum in outer space?
And once somebody thinks about that question, it's really hard to get it out of your brain.
The inside of a
you're
light
kind of
bulb
an
is a
asshole because
vacuum.
now I'm stuck on here. I'm trying to like explain gravity on fucking element levels. Yeah, it kind of does stick in your head. Thanks, asshole.
I got you,
was
man.
already
Waking up 1% at a time.
Yo, hold up. We're about to take a little intermission and watch the Wizards video and listen to a song here. So y'all stick around with me and we'll continue this conversation in a minute here.
Yeah,
After I take a piss here.
This is about values. Think about the gold and silver and what has more value than that. Listen to this. This is fucking comedy.
Hell yeah. This is the Wizards channel. Everybody go subscribe to the Wizard out here. This is your channel, is it not, Wizard?
El Perro is one of them. Heckle Bus is the other. Correct.
Hell yeah. Go subscribe to El Perro and Heckle Bus. And thank you for sharing your time with us, Wizard, man.
Reminds me of a John Wayne show. He's trying to get his cattle back. And he says to the Mexican, "That's my cattle." He says, Mexican says, "Well, what'd you bring me to get them back? Silver, gold?" "No, just lead."
Damn.
Wait. Say, I kind of missed the point. I remember that guy. That guy's like that guy's pretty cool. He like camps out.
He works with Fowler's Mystery and Makeshift. And he did that little skit was about the Mexican that stole some guy's cattle. And he went up to the Mexican and said he wanted his cattle back. The Mexican says, "Well, what do you got? Gold, silver?" He says, "No, just lead." It's a lesson in where you put your values.
That's what's up.
Violence is always the best argument.
No, but reason and logic is you either give me my shit back or you're done.
Do you think that the violence or the logic speaks louder there?
Well, I would say the logic, because when I was a young man, I had several instances, and I've told you about a couple of them before, and they're my favorite examples. Some cocksucker reaches across that table and grabs a biscuit off my tray. I'm going to be the one to stab him. I'm not going to sit there and call for the school monitor. I'm going to govern myself naturally by my instincts. Somebody comes up to me and raises a shovel above my head and threatens to knock me out. I'm going to do everything in my power to grab that shovel and do the same to him. So when I walk away and he's slumped on his knees in the middle of the street and I hand the shovel to my mom and dad and tell them I'm sorry, but he did it. He tried to do it to me first. I get no blame. You understand?
What you're describing there is violence, not logic.
No, it's standing up for yourself. If you're going to have somebody come over and reach across your tray and take your food, that's what you survive on. He's taking your daily bread.
Look, I'm not saying it's wrong.
We're not finished. He's taking your daily bread. And if you're going to sit there and let everybody around you take your daily bread, you're going to die. And the precept is that you know you must die, but in knowing that you must die, you know you must live too. And that comes first.
Wizard, I'm not saying it's wrong, but I'm saying that the violence is what is the power mechanism right there.
No, it's the enforcement.
The fact of the matter is, if that happened at school, you're not going to die at school.
It's the enforcement.
You're not going to starve to death at school.
Again, it's the enforcement. If you didn't understand that little clip, the guy was saying, "Do you have gold or silver?" He responded with, "No, lead." That's enforcement. He didn't have to come to violence. But just because it comes to violence doesn't mean it's just violence. It's enforcement.
But hey, I want your cows. If it was the Mexican cows, and the guy said, "I have lead," the same mechanism was applied. It works without logic.
No, it works with logic and reason. I don't know how you don't get that. It's logic and reason that if somebody's saying,
I understand how it works with logic and reason. logic and reason that supports the violent action is not necessary for it to be effective. The violence is what's necessary.
Somebody takes your shit. What are you going to do? Ask them for it back? They just took it without asking. That's reason and logic enough to take action. Now, wait, if you want to sit down and write it down and say, please give me my biscuit back or I'm going to tell on you like they do, go ahead. That's the insanity. The reason and logic says to change things, you take action. Action speaks louder than words.
I think in a weird way.
I don't think he understands it, guys. Or maybe I don't understand it. But either way, we're not coming to the same grounds because to me, it sounds like insanity.
Somebody steel man me. I'm not going to yell at Wizard while I'm in the car with my sleeping daughter.
It's all good, dude. You don't got to
I
yell.
don't mean to yell, guys. Again, that's just my passion coming. I have a really hard time comprehending how people don't see the plain things that I see.
Yeah, I feel you on that. Sometimes I be yelling out here too. I mean, it is what it is, but you know, I'm talking about ideas, not people, as one of my friends, Toilet Bowl Earth, said one day, and I feel like that's the real where we need to keep it, you know what I mean? But I'm trying to, not really, I don't really take anything personal, those who are easily offended are easily manipulated, you know what I'm saying, as they say, you know what I mean? So we don't got to worry about that right now. But I'm about to go ahead and listen to a song and smoke a joint. If y'all want to join me for a little bit, and we'll continue our discussion. You know what I'm saying? So here's a song for y'all. See what happens here. It's all happening now, not in the future, not from some false origin point in the past. It's all happening now. So that's where we at, you know what I mean?
You know the saga, LP, the man called Kalashnikov. It's all happening now. It's all happening now. Yeah. See, you ought to look round. Mad coups get shut down. I span spectrums, colors, dimensions inside. You're this all on the verge. Observe how it'll join. See if useful conflict, cause there's two sides to a coin. But we ain't very small change. Remain controlled by games, so ain't got nothing to lose. State slipping for the fade, but I'm strictly showing proof. Working is fighting gratitude. Methods may be crude, cause they're simply on the skill. So who's the fool on the hill? Watching a forever changing world. Spinning round in the swirls of time as it sails into the present day. Represent what you say. Working for your pay. Simple ways to hold a stand. Keep it busy on the ground level. As the clan heckle. People falling like a brown petal. I stay sound rebel. Breaking out from the federal. Control both physical and mental. The black market stays essential. So industry wants a piece. Selling cheap product. Try to create the next niche in the market. I stay on target like gold leader. Won't be cutting short cause it's the full length feature. Step in the arena, put what you got on the table. Size up the next man to see if his plan's more stable. Getting stressed in the cranial, no escape on this route. Ain't winning with no fluke, don't rely on institute who still grow straight fruit. Get the loot, then I'm missing. Compose six sound like narrow shifting. Make moves using intuition. Question and decision. Answer what you can, life's exam, we expand like Christ. Everything material has a price. Use the hype to entice the lab mice in the experiment. Pinky and brain on the development. It's all relevant, you see how it's all happening now. It's not a joke, pal. Man getting murdered over powwow. Backstabbing brethren come like Jack Rose on the profile. Facios, force profit, four tongue and plastic smile. This was foul, it's all happening now. That's not a joke, pal. Man getting murdered over powwow. Backstabbing brethren come like Jack Rose on the profile. Facios, force profit, four tongue and plastic smile. This was foul, it's all happening now. This life for the past codes, we upload the dead weight. As time gets cold, we freak the mode to hold our stakes in the pie. Man makes move for I and I. There is no question why on the wider scale. Do the evils that you do, then suffer in your own hell. Everything for sale in the dirty world of profit. Small man gets killed to fill the big man's pocket. See this with the optic, but be aware of the infinite. Invisible to the syndicate, on the rise like heat. Attack or defeat, the game of odds takes place on street. Losing sleep, too many angles to figure. Twist the marimba as the modern world gets sicker. Unfolding like chapters to the scripture. Read between the lines so you can find a more accurate picture. Details redefined from its original fixture. Styles left behind cause industry controls stigma. Analyze the social climate. Businessman pirate, water down the original to keep the truth under quiet. The mind of riot, the conflict of morals. Crushing petty squabbles cause they bigger towers to topple, larger fish to fry. They all multiply, reproduce the same lie. Keep them dazzled by the classified. These past the rocky, we ain't got no time to slide. Sick man's blind genocide. The revolution will be incorrectly televised. Suicides to the story. Rise without the glory, coming to your town shortly. Get the money and be sporty. Ain't going mad like sick cows. In the world, forever be found. It's all happening now.
It's no joke, pal. Man getting murdered over powwow. Backstabbing brethren come like Jack Rose on the profile. Vacios, force profit, full tongue and plastic smile. This world foul, it's all happening now. That's no joke, pal. Man getting murdered over powwow. Backstabbing brethren come like Jack Rose on the profile. Vacios, force profit, full tongue and plastic smile. This world foul, it's all happening now. Yeah, it's all happening now. Yeah, it's all happening now. Yeah, it's all happening now. It's all happening now. Lewis Parker, happening now. Kalashnikov, it's all happening now. Open your eyes, it's all happening now. Stay focused, happening now. Yeah, you know the saga. Kalashnikov, Lewis Parker, it's all happening now. Yeah, merciless.
Hello, hello, hello. Yeah, sorry for that brief intermission. I had to grab my charger, take a piss, grab my coffee.
I love how it sounded out. It started out sounding almost like Saturday morning cartoons, Warner Brothers or some shit.
That's right.
Yeah,
Like, that's what it is. It's silly shit, coming at you. Fucking, it's all cartoons out here,
I like that kind of stuff too. Like I was listening to you ever listen to Two Live Crew before?
Yes.
They most of their music is like kind of funny. They start out, they do like the nursery rhymes and they do like all the funny stuff, but then they had one song that sounded like almost like Public Enemy. And if you really and the words hit me a little different than usual because he was talking about how like he's like, you never see a black man getting off the plane bringing in the drugs, but then you see us going into the prison. He's like I always knew that kind of stuff for a long time, but to hear that even back in the early 80s, the way he was talking, the way that I think it was Luke Skywalker who was doing the words, but something he said led me to believe he had a little inside knowledge, like maybe he was ex-military, who knew someone who kind of had a glimpse into what's going on underneath the surface of all that. You know what I mean? Because I could tell you, like, it's real weird in San Francisco. When you go to San Francisco, they got the federal building right there, the FBI building right there. And there's been drug dealing in front of that building for 20, 30 years, probably. You know what I mean? I mean, it's like there, I mean, it is no question that they know where it's going. I mean, it's like so fucking obvious. It's ridiculous.
One of the funniest things I've ever learned was that over in Washington, D.C., right in front of Washington, right in front of the White House, it's called Freedom Way, and right across the street is that fucking prison. Prison right in front of the street, the street right in front of the prison is called Freedom Way. That's fucked up.
Yeah,
I'm on Freedom Way. I'm on my way to prison.
Not surprising, unfortunately. DC. I've only been to DC twice as a kid, and that place there's something real. I don't want to say it's totally dark, but there's just some real ancient feeling about that place. Like you just get a sense like this place is not just some random place that just got built suddenly. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I like that Tartarian type shit.
Yeah, or at least it's emulating something like that. Like you know, and even that like that tomb of the unknown soldier. You know, like going to that place. Like I got a sense that that little ritual that they're doing is not what they're saying it's for. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like,
Well,
about that.
it's throughout history. Each civilization builds upon the previous civilization. What they do is they come upon an old civilization and they build on top of it. And usually it's because the old civilization found a good spot to stop and live. It had good surroundings and environments. It's because some other people drove them out of the area. So then a new culture comes along. Lo and behold, there you go, a new nation.
Well, I'll ask two questions real quick. I forgot one, so I'll skip to the second one. And this is just a general question for everyone. Well, it's something it's based on something you said, Wizard. You said something about how society's been this current thing that we're dealing with has been going on for 8,000 years. Having said that, what do you think it is behind all that? I mean, like, you know, people, I hate when I hear people arguing about it's the Jays or this or that. Like, I think the Jays are involved, but I think they're probably middlemen. Like, there's obviously there's a lot of other things going on other than just them. I'm not saying that they're innocent by any means. I'm just saying, like, there's a lot more.
Well, I think it comes down to the concept that for this fictional commercial system to exist, it's got to have the physical form man to implement it. Again, that's that input system. Okay. And that's always been there because there's always been this class, this caste system. And the way they separate the caste system is by the products that they get. You know, those that are of a higher caste get the fine silks. So it's our basic presentation today under the law of nations in the law of the flag. You make a presentment first, according to the law of the flag, and your flag, they shall know you. So today we're known by the clothes we wear. And remember, folks, the emperor wears no clothes. Just saying.
Yeah, and it goes back to, you know, all of these you know, kind of terminologies and themes, you know what I'm saying? How they're trying to control people, you know, through this shit. Man, I want to show this fucking clip, man. Has anybody ever seen this movie, Don't Be a Menace?
I saw it once, and I love the Marlon brothers. I think they're a lot deeper than people give them credit for. I don't remember that movie's premise, but I remember everything I've seen from the Wayans brothers has been amazing. So
yeah, I remember this. Yeah,
Very intellectual.
Yeah, this movie, yeah, especially their father, Keenan Wayans, you know, actually what founded many different comedic talents. I think he founded Jamie Foxx and Jim Carrey and shit. He like discovered these people, you know, when they were like young artists and put them on a show and shit like that.
No,
So
he's a smart
yeah.
guy. That guy is
Yeah.
very, very smart.
Yeah, he's got it. Yeah, he's got to be a deep thinker just because it's hard to get your family to do anything for you. like support your business and shit. And this dude got all of his kids, you know, they're all, you know, working as talented producers and
yeah, it's a family heritage now.
Yeah, and it seemed like he was able to rear those people in a very correct way, you know, to where they give a lot of credence to the way he thought, but also carry on that name and tradition in a way where it's not exactly making you know, black people into like gangsters and all that type of stuff. It's not like, you know, he's trying to fight the cultural subversion against them in a sort of way where he's just trying to say, well, you know, it's just all silly and stuff like that. But this particular scene is fucking genius because he's got like all this, like like the movie's called "Don't Be a Menace," while don't be a menace to the hood while drinking your juice in South Central LA. so it combines like all the black movie titles like all the black gangster movies. Like there's a movie called South Central LA. Don't be a menace in the hood. And then Boys in the Hood, and Don't Be a Menace, and also Juice. So he combined all of those movies into one title. Shit is hilarious. And it said, "Don't be a menace to South Central LA while drinking your juice in the hood." That was like the title of the fucking. It was like some.
That's why I say they're all deep thinkers. Every last one of them.
Yeah. He was understanding the programming that was going on, and then trying to re-engineer the program. You know what I'm saying? And he had this thing about how ideas are actually as powerful as weapons, and it can be proven by this one scene. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's why I say coin your words or purse your lips, because what you send out can act like a weapon, and it'll come back to you. You'll shoot yourself.
Yeah, so here we are with this. Let's take a look at this shit. Hopefully I don't get popped for this shit, but this shit is funny as hell. You take a look at this shit.
40. That's my favorite stuff. Hey, I'm gonna go in here and get me a malt liquor Slurpee. Go across the street, get me some barbecue potato chips. Ooh, can I keep the change? Hell no, fool. That's a $10 food stamp. Better bring back my change.
Bring back.
The hair.
Here it comes. It's supposed to be easy eat.
Hey, what's up? We got a problem, Toothpick?
We got a problem.
We have a problem. Oh, we got a problem, buddy. Right here. Right there. Right there. All right. Say, little game.
Oh, shit.
I said, do we have a problem? Huh? Oh, USSR. Now you better get your stank asses up out of here before I cause a nuclear holocaust up in here, fool. Let's go. Come on. Now we'll be Hiroshima and Nagasaki. That's my point.
So that's what it is. Somebody always got a bigger gun. And then the biggest gun is the words. You know what I'm saying? It's the threat itself. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and that's what Josh was talking about. How do you know who's got the biggest fucking gun?
Yeah, exactly. That's right.
We get you, brother.
Yeah, there you go, dude.
Well, that's why they have to keep the numbers of ignorant people at a very high rate. This because otherwise the guns don't matter if you got enough people, and that's but that's a hard thing to.
Well, that's that 7th grade reading comprehension. They keep it low for a reason. Like I said, these systems run at a 24th grade reading level. If you've got a general population that's about a 7th or 8th grade reading comprehension, it's not going to do them very well.
Well, I think that's a lot of my thought behind a lot of the immigration is for that reason. People think they're just trying to destroy America. It's like, no, they need to disrupt people's comprehension even more than they already have in the past, because the technology is somewhat equalizing things, and now it's to the point where they've got to just disrupt however else they can. I mean, I don't think that's the only reason, but I think that is certainly part of the.
Well, one of the disruptions you're going to see is in the U.S. code. You're going to find out that they repealed all the public education laws. Why do you suppose they did that? Because people can get a better education on these things.
So what do you mean by that? You mean that they want people to get educated on the machine, or they don't want people to?
That's what I would suggest.
You meaning independently, or just or
independently? Independently, man. If you had a device for this like this for your kid, and you were able to teach them intellectually yourself rather than let some teacher deceive them through remembering things, and teach them intellectually how to think for themselves, like the Wayans, I guarantee you they'll do their own research.
Well, one thing I do have I have a hunch about. I have a lot of hunches, if you haven't noticed, but one of my hunches is I think my impression of what's going on is they seem to be allowing for more sovereignty on one side, but at the same time they're also just cutting the general population loose and saying, well, if chaos ensues because we're not educating people, quote unquote, aka controlling them, then it's kind of like a double-edged sword. Like, we're going to allow
They've got to learn how to control themselves.
And if they don't, then essentially, I think my hunch is that the authoritarianism that's coming soon, whenever that may be, I mean, more overt authoritarianism is going to come as a result of cutting these people loose. And then the more sovereign people who gain more sovereignty through knowledge is going to say, well, we have to control these people because, I mean, like, look at France as an example of what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
I get the sense that they're going to beg for authoritarianism as a control for cutting these people loose, essentially.
Well, and that's a different setting though too. You got to remember we're talking about 4.1 million weapons owned by American people, or excuse me, 401 million weapons owned by American people with a population of 380. There's more guns in this country than there are people. That's where the balance comes in, though. If people learn how to act as a republic body, they stand up as a martial law, as a militia, and they support the nation by supporting the Constitution, taking an oath to it. And as that support, they're not subject to that Constitution, but they're the ones being the teachers. They're the ones conveying the proper information and not the laws being construed by the people as this or that and being misinterpreted. They're the ones that are supposed to be providing the law. See, those constitutional bills of rights, those were delegations of powers by the people, not by the politicians or by the commercial system run through the admiralty or military maritime stuff. It was a set of rules and regulations in trust for those such actions made by the people. That's it.
Do you get a sense that they want more people to not become, I don't want to say sovereign citizen in the way that people colloquially mean it. I think what I mean is like people to take more agents. Do you think the system would like people to take more agency because it would stabilize the system, or is that antithetical to the system? Because
that is what they're actually in mission with. They have a commission. Okay, and the true mission is to be an ambassador of God, the spoken word, and that's your true public service to the public as an observer of our Father which art in heaven, and knowing that he commands to love thy neighbor as thyself and love thy Father which art in heaven and no one else. That's your fulfillment of the law. So you do unto your neighbor as you would have unto you. So you always help your neighbor. That's it.
Do you think that the system, here's kind of what I'm getting to, and this is kind of what I alluded to earlier. And I'm just using this as an example because I think it applies to a lot of other shit, but let's just use it as an example. The way that the right-wing people as of now seem to be claiming victimhood status of their own country, and and it goes into like white people generally as well. Like I don't like to use that term, but they say, well, the system has been hijacked against us, and my estimation of it, I would have a difference of opinion. It seems to me that because enough people didn't take agency and participate and cooperate with us, not cooperate as in like be dictated to, but because they didn't take agency and participate, then the system is like, well, I've got to do what I got to do to self-sustain. And so therefore that's why the system is reacting to the fact that people didn't take agency when it was offered to them, if that makes any sense.
Right. And that's basically what some of these people in this movement do with that birth certificate stuff is they're resigning as agent. And the reason for that is collapsing of that public trust so that they can provide their public service on the private side. And that way they are the true independent contractor. And if they want to contract, they contract. Otherwise, they provide the service for free. You know, that's what the forefathers did. They did everything for free. They did their own home lifestyle stuff, whatever their business day was, and then they met after hours with each other at varying different places. They didn't rent a place. Many times it was a bar. First post office or first postal box was a bar in Boston. Imagine that. That was the first military post, first diplomatic post for providing for interstate commerce and foreign trade. It was the actual first trading post of a fictional corporation of America.
I don't want to belabor the point because I think you can go on for a long time, but essentially what you're saying is the system needs people like that, but they don't want idiots to go and try and operate in a way that they're not capable of.
Correct. When I first started doing this research, and I catch on real quick, and I was teaching people what I caught on about my case and how to present it to throw it back at them. I always use things against them now. And what I found out is that by doing that, I educate people in certain things, and then it harms them because they try to use it, and it's just throwing shit at the wall, hoping something sticks. And again, you're not going to get too far along that path if that's what you're doing. You've got to know cause, reaction, effect. And if you're missing something in there, that paperwork ain't going to work for you. You have to do the work. You have to do the research so you can do your own paperwork. You can do your own cases. I had to go through 93 of them to get where I'm at today. They won't let me in those courts anymore. They know I know their game's up.
Yeah, I always have to mention how many people are watching. It says 13 people are watching this at 3 a.m. and it's almost fucking. I mean, I guess it's Monday morning right now. So I mean, just that's very interesting. Like, who are these people? The chat is dead. I mean, there's nobody in the chat like talking or saying anything. So I mean, there's 4 people up here. There's 13 people back there. I mean, if any of y'all motherfuckers want to join and say whatever the fuck you want to say to me, you know, feel free. I mean, I'm not gonna hold you to any type of standard, really. At this point, I mean, I'm not invested in this video. I'm not invested in having this video up, keeping this video up. You know, there's nothing I gain from doing this. I mean, you know, there's nothing that I'm personally gaining from this. I mean, I'm just here for the people. You know, I'm here to talk to whoever wants to talk to me, you know. So there's no fucking, you know, my honest goal here, and you know, I think Joshua might be interested in this. You know, my honest goal is just to connect with other people. But yeah, man, you know,
I'm just naturally curious. I hear a lot of things that I don't comprehend. So I guess the only way to learn is to get in there and ask.
That's right. That's right.
It's what I said earlier. The best thing you can do the rest of your life is just keep asking questions.
Oh, I've been doing that all my life. The more questions I ask, the more confused I get. I remember when I was a teenager, I was like intelligent. I knew everything. That's what my parents said, right? And then as I grew up, I just got dumber, and I seemed to be getting dumber and dumber and dumber. Just yeah.
Coincidentally, my mom used to tell me, Keith, you always think you got to be right. I had to tell her, no, Mom, I just don't want to go around looking like I'm stupid like everybody else. So before I speak, I know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, thank you to Burn Eye and Tranquil Vortex for sending me that message there through the ether because I'm like who all out here, you know, but you know, I'm always paranoid chilling out here, you know, but yeah.
It's like 3 o'clock in the morning for you guys, because it's like 2:30 in the afternoon here. I'm currently
yeah,
in Vietnam.
It might be different
2:23 a.m.
Yeah, Vietnamese coffee, huh? That's what you on, huh? Shit.
It's like the only thing that like it's all the same coffee. It's all Robusta, right? But with Vietnamese coffee, basically what they do is they they pack in more coffee compared to water, so it's not really like it's just super strong. With the Turk coffee, there's some way that it's boiled that just makes it stronger. I don't exactly know.
Yeah, I've been noticing that. Like I drink Ethiopian, the Yirgacheffe coffee because that's a landrace strain. So I
Uh-huh.
be drinking, so I be messing with the landrace strain. I actually heard it's one of the first strains of coffee
I
because
don't believe
coffee,
I've had it. I don't believe I've had it. I don't know too much. I don't
yeah,
know anything about it.
yeah, because it's like hemp comes from the mountains of India, and apples come from like one forest in Kazakhstan. Like they grow this shit all around the world, but that's where it's found. Just like potatoes come from like the Peruvian like hills and shit. So like actually, if you research where coffee came from, the actual fruit, the coffee fruit actually comes from Ethiopia and they've
Yeah.
been using it for a very long time. And you can find land race strains. The first place they imported it was to Yemen, and that's why they the climate of Yemen is so dry and arid. They imported it to a place called Makkah, and that's where they get the word mocha from.
Mm.
From Makkah, Yemen, where they import this coffee, from Ethiopia. And it has a very long history in Ethiopia. But yeah, the Ethiopian coffee is strong as fuck. I be drinking that shit all the time. Colombian shit is strong too, Sumatran. I taste the Sumatran coffee is fucking strong, But like, yeah,
Yeah,
I be dealing with the
really like.
strains of coffee.
I
Yeah,
really like Sumatra coffee too. That's like probably my favorite.
yeah. Yeah, I'd be a coffee aficionado out here. But yeah, the fucking Ethiopian Yirgacheffe. That's a landrace strain. If anybody wants, to look into some coffee, that's some strong motherfucking coffee, man. That shit'll punch you
I need
in
the
the
strong
heart.
coffee. I drink way too much of it. So like over time, you just, I don't know, get accustomed to it. And so you just, just like any other drug, you need stronger and stronger. That's my thing.
Yes, yes, and that's the thing with the Turkish coffee is actually like meth, in a lot of ways. It's a powerful fucking situation. People don't actually realize how strong Turkish coffee is versus like a regular cup of coffee. You know?
Cause ulcers. Turk, Vietnamese coffee, you consume too much, it'll actually cause ulcers. Literally burn a hole
Yeah.
in your stomach lining.
Yeah, it's like that they have a cookie that you eat with it called Ulkers.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
like, it
Yeah,
sound like ulcers.
their culture serves coffee with food. I think it's pretty much the same with the Vietnamese. Usually, just after a meal is the cultural thing. Me, it's just all day long and all night long if I have to.
Yeah, I'm obsessed with coffee. The coffee and the cannabis have a very strong balance in my daily use. And I think they're like two levers that I pull for like up and down. I mean, like kind
You
of
can get away with cannabis over that way. Over this way in Asia, cannabis, big no. That'll get you put in prison for a very long time here.
that's crazy because like I just said, it's from that region, So they have the Emperor Shen Nung, who's mentioned by Confucius. He wore hemp sandals, and he made things out of hemp, and he was one of the people who championed hemp and the use of it as a fiber, goes back very long, but yeah.
Well, I think here most of the problems tend to revolve around like addictions, whether it be gambling, whether it be anything that you can get addicted to. They kind of have a problem with it, and so they're
Yeah,
constantly regulating it.
Asia has a big problem with a lot of stuff, and people look at it and say, "Oh, Asia is very
Yeah,
productive."
look at them, and you're like, yeah, there's a lot more problems. Just take health wise, like everybody looks at like Asian girls, and they're like, oh, they're gorgeous, and they're so tiny, they're all skinny and everything. It's the highest. Most of Asia is like the highest rates of diabetes that just unfathomable.
Yeah, my grandma had diabetes big time, you know, suffered with diabetes, and a lot of people from that area have it. Yeah.
I don't know about China, but Vietnam, it's like the large consumption of rice. It's like huge, 3 times a
That's
day.
right. That's
It
right.
would be like eating
Yeah, that's
potatoes all the damn time.
yeah, that's the same thing in India and Pakistan. They just eat rice, or like they eat rice for like fucking like for lunch and dinner. They just eat rice, and that's like not good. Yeah, for real.
Yeah, it's a problem around dinner time. My wife comes home, she's like, "Oh, you want some rice for dinner?" No.
Yeah,
No.
rice is terrible. Yeah, rice is terrible for you. Almost no nutritional value, and but that's the thing. They grow these commodities. I don't know if you wanted to come in on some of this, Neurojack. Will you? Oh shit, we may have lost Neuro, but
No,
yeah.
I'm here. I'm here. I did. I
Oh,
didn't.
okay.
I come in on what? Sorry.
Oh, just the Asian, you know, shit, like how Asian countries they be like fucking fucked up with diabetes and shit, right? I don't know. I thought you were gonna say something about it, but yeah.
Well, I just think most people in the West, and I mean, this what drives me crazy about the general right wing. They just look at Asia and they make a lot of generalizations, which isn't a bad thing, but most of them have no fucking idea what they're talking about. I mean, they don't realize like it's a lot more complicated than, or I don't even want to say complicated, but there's a lot more going on than people
Not
think.
wrong.
They
Not
have
wrong
a lot
at all.
Say what?
You're not wrong at all.
Yeah, I think once you go and you see it up close and personal, and you start seeing, it's like, you know, depends on the way you want to look at it, but in general, I would say their culture is just so different, and I just say they're like all like it doesn't matter which country you go to, like their culture is just so different than the West, and particularly America. I mean, America is very different than Europe, but you compare America to like Asia, it's like it's a big learning curve, and they just don't think about things the way that we do. And also, so like my point is, like, people like to talk shit about America and say, "Oh, America's so bad, this and that," and it has its problems, but here in general, you kind of have a clean slate for most people, right? Like you just kind of like judge based on your character way more than anywhere else. Everywhere else in the world, it's like you have like the face system, which is like your
Oh God, face culture. Yes.
yeah,
Oh fuck, I hate it. Yes.
yeah. It's a huge component of things, and so like basically, it doesn't matter what you do, it matters what people's perception of you is, and it's totally different way of looking at the world than the West, in my opinion.
And this is why I struggle. I have to live here like 6 months out of the year, and I struggle with it. Absolutely struggle with it. My wife and I get into like horrible fights over this bullshit.
Well, over what part of it? The faith?
Well, like every part of it. So I'm married. I have a kid. Wife's Vietnamese. Kids like basically mud bloodies and mixed, right? So there's huge. Everybody talks about like I guess the passport bros thing. Like that's the new thing here. I don't consider that new. Like, mail order brides been around in the 70s. It's just, I guess, apparently a certain class of people have now decided like, oh, well, fuck Western women. We're going to go over here and, we're going to go after all of these women. And I always usually warn people, don't go screwing around, because you'll eventually do something to fuck yourself up, kind of like tie you down. You'll get a lot of choices removed. It sounds like a party at first, right? But it's a trap. And I'm constantly telling people like, oh, well, they're Asian. They're so passive. Oh, yeah, they start off that way. Get married.
Yeah, that's right.
Like the
that's right. That's right. That's right.
You've got the culture differences with like individuality versus collectivism. That'll come down to like, how you raise your children. So we have my wife and I have complete opposing ideas about, like what's the best result to pull up. But the weird part is she's like, oh yeah, the kid's gonna go to America. Not with that fucking attitude. He's gonna get beat up constantly. Like all you're doing is gonna make him a victim. It's like, what
Well,
the hell are you doing?
yeah, and I have a lot to say on that kind of subject, and I mean, I don't want to take over the stream talking about
Go
it, but
for it.
hey,
Go.
Yeah,
well,
go for it, dude.
well, I'll just say one thing, like, and like, this is not against Asian people. I like Asian people, but it's because I understand their culture, and even though I like them and I appreciate it, I don't feel that it's right that we just like what you're saying. I'll just take the passport bro thing first because people always like to, like you said, most of the people who are advising guys to go do that, they've done it, and they say, oh, I got laid, therefore it's good. It's like they have no fucking idea what they're getting involved in. They don't
Yeah,
know
what comes next, right? Yeah, like that. This is step one. Yeah, you can go over there and get attracted, have women throw themselves at you. Oh, great, that's work. What's next? That next step is what comes back to bite you in the ass. Everybody's looking for shortcuts.
Yeah, exactly. They think it's some sort of shortcut, and it's like, yeah, shortcuts always have a cost associated with it, but nobody wants to talk about
Horrible cost. Yes.
And I talk to them about it. And again, I'm not saying don't do it. What I'm saying is, don't be a fucking sorry, I shouldn't say. I don't know if I can say that word on YouTube, but you shouldn't be an idiot. I shouldn't be a fucking idiot in advising other people who may or may not have the intelligence necessary to really contemplate what they're getting themselves involved in. And again, I'm not saying it's a bad thing. I know a lot of very smart people who've done that, and I mean, I know a lot of very smart people who are living in Asia as a local, and it's not perfect. They have problems with it, but they've just decided to disappear from Western society, and I understand why. But it's not a cost that most people are willing to take on. And most people say, "Oh, I'm never going to get married. I'm never going to have a kid. I'm not going to do this." Like, you can say that all day long, but the truth of, like you're saying, is like the truth of the matter is, like, I'm sure you don't regret what you've done, but at the same time, like, if you knew the cost associated with it, you probably wouldn't have done it. Right?
I would have never. Yeah, I would have not. Had I known that life would have turned out like this, no, I would have never came for vacation. I would have gone somewhere else, right? I wasn't looking for this specifically. It's worked out. It's economically, like I own a bunch of businesses. It's even helped that prosper, but it's like it comes with a high level of stress that I can't find a solution. I'm supposed to be trained in this field, and I can't find solutions for it.
Yeah, and I would love to talk to you about that because part of my craziness, I would like to live in Asia part time just to get the perspective, and it's because I found it, my small amount of time being involved with that culture has given me an edge over a lot of Western people because I understand the world a lot differently than they do, and I think my ability to kind of see things has significantly increased because of it. But it certainly didn't benefit me in the realm of like happiness or anything like that. You know what I mean? Like it's just more of like I just can perceive things
the
better.
type of person that could come here and survive. I mean, make it survivability. I would claim are either a combination between an analytical person and an adaptive person. You have got no choice. You have to adapt, and it sucks so bad. You're gonna be complaining the whole time.
Well, particularly for Americans, because America, here, Americans, we don't realize how accepting and honest and upfront we are.
Yes.
And once you go to other places, you see that like that is not the norm. Even I would say most Europeans are not that way as well either. Like, I mean,
yeah, you could here. I know exactly what you're saying. So, like, the idea would be like the concept of having an honest conversation with, just say, like your next door neighbor, right? You're saying, well, I don't comprehend this and I don't comprehend that. Next thing you know, it's going to come down to around like I would claim like gossip is a horrible thing here, regardless of the age. I've never seen it. You expect it from the little old ladies, not so much from like everybody in between. And so now all of your business has now spread throughout because, my God, social media has nothing on them. They can spread word faster than shit, right? And then people will generally use that information to, I guess, obtain some type of advantage against you. It's almost like they seek you out to obtain something from you.
Yeah, let me wait. When I was in Asia, I would go very far distances and meet people seemingly randomly, and people knew who I knew, and I was like, "How is this possible?" And I mean, it was very strange. I mean, it was.
Yeah.
I mean, it was
comes across as real creepy. It's like, shit, I have stalkers? What the hell? Yeah, it's just it's their culture, their society. It's what they do.
Yep, it's very. Yeah, it's very different, and the way I describe it to Westerners who aren't familiar with it, what I would say is like, it's like every conversation that you're in, you're playing both offense and defense all the time. Like
Yes.
you have to both manipulate and avoid being manipulated.
Yep.
And if you don't do that, you're going to be at a significant disadvantage. And a lot of the times, the people that you think are friendly to you are quite the opposite. And a lot of the people that you think are hostile or don't like you probably do, but they're cautious, and for good reason. So it's a very strange.
Strongly agree. Yeah, that's pretty much my assessment.
No, I appreciate that, because I don't have. I've tried to explain this to people, including the passport bros, and they don't like that. A lot of these guys don't like it because it interferes with what they're doing and what they're saying to people. And I'm like, I mean, you want to give people bad advice. It's like they. I don't get it, but
it goes back to that metric of intention, right? Like, so if the passport bros, if they're, we call them, well, here, I think like right before COVID, everybody called them digital nomads, right? Like, so their idea of income was to get on YouTube, write out videos, giving advice about, how to come here or there and do this, right? That was their income. Now, if you're basically saying, hey, look, yes, you might be, you're probably correct on your step 1 of your prescription here, but your step 2 and step 3 and step 4 generally come with a cost that most people aren't willing to pay. And so you are technically inadvertently attacking their money stream.
Yep.
Truth hurts. At the end of the day, truth hurts. There are no easy answers. There's no shortcuts in life that get you to what you're trying to get to. You're going to pay a cost.
Yep, exactly. And I think that's also kind of why I look at America in a different light now, because I see, like what I was saying to Wizard earlier, it's like, people generally the right wing, I've told a lot of right wing people, like, go to Asia for a few months and then come back and you'll see the world a lot different. And they're like, what do you mean? I don't want you to go see that. It's like, you do, because you're looking at things so one dimensionally, and things don't work that way in the real world. And people just don't want to hear that, but it's the truth, like they just.
Strongly agree. And just to be clear here, right? I'm conservative. I'm usually accused of being right wing. Maybe I am, maybe I'm not. I have no idea. Generally, when I talk to associates and things like that and explain it to them, it's just not well received. It could be the case that most people don't comprehend so well, at least for the guys, don't comprehend so well until they kind of like dabble in it. Like you almost. It's the way guys learn, right? We tend to learn better when we're putting our hands on it and touching it. This is why we're like king of the trades, not so good with like, memorization out of a curriculum or something like that. It could be that case as well.
Yeah, I think it's definitely part of that. But I think that's also, I don't want to say something too harsh, but essentially I think I think a lot of people just don't want the responsibility of examining how.
Oh, that would be true.
How how their ideas are not really their own, and that they're not. Really, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. It's basically nobody. I don't want to be responsible for having my own opinion. I want somebody else's opinion so I can have the easy way out. It's basically another shortcut. Just in this case, it's the concept of the intellectual. I want to be considered an intellectual without actually putting in the work to do so.
Yeah,
So
exactly.
Emphasis on be with an avoidance of do.
Exactly. And I think that's why, like you said about the right wing thing, is like, I never really consider myself a right wing person, but apparently just viewing the world a certain way makes you right wing. And I'm like, I'm okay with that. I'm not like against it, but also, and part of the reason I came into this in a bad mood is like every time I talk to people who are generally on the right wing, because the left wing won't even. It's funny. I actually have a good conversation with a lot of left wing people, as long as I don't be overt about where I'm trying to get them to. But with the right wing, it's a little bit different. It's like I'm upfront where I'm trying to get them to, and I say that because like we all supposedly have the same goal of like we're trying to more or less keep Western society from falling apart. But then when you start questioning like the mechanisms in which they're thinking that's going to work or not, or if you're trying to ask them like, where did you get this opinion from, or how are you coming to this conclusion? They get very upset with you trying to figure that out, right?
Yeah, there's a reason for this, and I know it's going to sound like really shit, like a bad reason. It just is the thing that that comes down to bite us in the ass. And it boils down to like recruitment. Here's an example. Take a person in their youth, right? Generally speaking, and it's not necessarily a good or bad thing. It just is an is thing. In your youth, you're just getting started in experiences in life, right? So you're idealistic. Oh, I'm going to grow up and be a firefighter and change the world. Oh, I'm going to grow up and be an astronaut, change the world, right? This is just a byproduct of when you go through education, it's naturally to be like, okay, I've got ideas. What can I do, kind of thing, because you're in that learning process. You cannot tell people like this that bootstrapping is a method of the future. Like this is the thing that you're going to go to, because it's basically like crushing their ideas. It's like no matter what you do, it's most likely going to be the case. You're going to bust your ass for the rest of your life to get to contentment, not even happiness, just contentment, right? We have a horrible recruiting system. Nothing that we promote is appealing to anybody that's either coming from a side of lack of comprehension, which I will again agree with you on this side. We mostly replicate really crazy ideas that there's somebody else's ideas. We're just regurgitating, right? Definitely agree with you there. But if you're going to go through and start like parsing your shit out, it's just not appealing. Nothing that we give as a prescription is appealing to anybody else other than ourselves. Then we're taking that we're taking that metric at the final goal, which really the final goal is like, I don't know, get married, have kids, own a house. But most people in their youth aren't even thinking in that direction. Probably shouldn't be. Maybe they have to find their own way.
Well, and it's almost, for me, I'm starting to realize like it's almost like the chicken or the egg, and specifically like what I'll say is like,
yes, yeah,
no, but like with the whole like kids thing and everything, like I like what I've seen, and this is a worldwide. I'm sure you can confirm in Asia as well. It's like people are in suspended, and I can speak even for myself. They're in suspended. There's a certain word for it, but it's suspended. God, I can't. Adolescence, essentially. Like they're not.
Sure.
They're totally averse to.
Yes,
becoming adult.
Yes, and it's actually being prolonged. Like if you were to go back to the 1920s, you see like people that they moved out, got out of the house like around the ages of between 12. Unheard of. It's just ridiculous to what we are here. So like on the conservative side, we're all like, oh well, we've got to conserve this type of society. How? Like how do we protect that? We can't. Everything's constantly changing. What exactly are we going to conserve? You're right. The adolescence is we're pushing adulthood off into like a later part of life. Could be the society that we're in. Could be the environment we're in. I happen to believe it's because of lack of struggle. I can't prove that. It's just from what I can see, where most people tend to be the most productive were birthed out of struggle. Like they went through like a shitload of problems to get where they were. So maybe it's a combination of appreciation, that gets them to where at least we in society consider it. All we're doing now is, I don't know, kind of like you said, it's adolescence might not be the right word, but I do comprehend what you're saying, where we're just constantly looking for the easy give me solution.
Well, and this is why I found whenever I found Machine Lies and his general view of things, that's why I kind of got drawn into it, because I think this technology, whatever is going on with it, I don't know exactly what it is, but whatever is going on with it, it's a huge component. And it's like I see particularly the right wing people, they just have this total blind spot to it. Like they can't perceive how different it's making
because
people.
they're using it as they're using it as a tool, like conservatives. So there was a reason why we were called the silent majority for so long, right? We weren't outspoken. You couldn't really get to us without going to our little environment. For me, it would be like upstate New York, shit ton of conservatives. You're not going to run into us because if anybody says the word New York, everybody's thinking New York City, right? We're not conservative there. Like that, those are mostly left leaning, few centrist, that kind of thing. But with the inventation, with like the internet, let's just take like the internet. This is opening up the doors for new, easy ways of prosperity. We're all getting like there's people getting on here making, I guess maybe they're I assume livable amount of money, where we can just get out and basically spit out the same shit we've been saying for like the last 30-40 years.
Exactly.
We're just now getting noticed.
No, and that's what I'm saying is, like, here's what I'm noticing, and I don't want to say too much because I don't want people who might watch this to get the wrong idea, because I'm not trying to like accuse anybody of anything, but certainly it feels to me that people are so happy to regurgitate this bullshit that doesn't really add up to anything, because I'm not going to say it's because it's profitable, but for whatever reason. I love the Power Rangers, by the way.
I haven't seen the Power Rangers in so long.
What do you
I claim there's few things that motivate us. Well, I'll put it this way: there's very few things in life now that motivate us compared to, like, if it had gone back to your grandpa's time period, right? What would have motivated him versus what would motivate us? Probably a whole different ball game. I would say like your grandfather was probably like a hell of a lot more concerned with like survivability, and not even in a bad way. It's like the concept of like, okay, I can go bust my ass doing pretty much laborious jobs, even if it was like something like a mechanic or something that we would claim as a worthwhile thing. But most people don't want to really lift their finger too hard or too much to do too much of anything. Fast forward to today, all we've managed to do over the last 100 years is extend our life process, our time frame. We live longer, and then decrease the amount of effort we're required to get to a position.
Well, yes, and also at the same time, we forgot what the original position that we were trying to get to was. That's
sure, yeah.
That's
but
what
then
like.
that comes down to it's what the other guy said. It's like once you get to a goal, you're going to turn around and change and get something else. Doesn't matter what you have, you're always going to want more. It's kind of naturalistic. So maybe a good solution would be to set our goal to something that's pretty much unobtainable. Like if it is the case that the idea of happiness is just traveling the path in that direction, is to just make sure that it's the longest path that will outlast us or individually outlast us.
Well, what you're proposing is an ultimate frame of reference. The big questions of life that need to be answered and stuff, and that could only be found in religion or in philosophy or something like that.
Purpose, my God, purpose is a hard fucking thing to nail down individually. I don't even know. People chase after purpose all of their life. Whether they find it, I have no clue. You go find 90-year-old guys, ask them. I have no fucking clue. I know I've done things that I've enjoyed. I've done a lot of things I've absolutely not enjoyed. No clue.
That might be because purpose is not future oriented, which may sound counterintuitive, but purpose is about how you preserve what you have. Purpose is at the outset of something. You have purpose.
Oh, you
So
mean
purpose is the
do you mean
reason
like
behind.
do you mean like have an idea of where you're trying to get, but obviously that idea, what you're trying to get has already existed. Like other
Yeah,
people have
like
gotten there.
yeah, like
Okay, yeah, yeah.
purpose. Yeah, like purpose is not exactly goal. If your purpose and your goals may be out of sync, and that's one of the things that technological society causes. It causes people to engage in surrogate activities. So they sublimate their drives into these activities that actually don't accomplish um, goal-oriented processes, but they're kind of extraneous to their goals. They're involved in activities, and the outset of those goals come down the line.
I
So
get you. I get you.
yeah.
So do we agree on the definition? Like purpose is like the reason for doing so, and then goal is
Yeah,
like
yeah.
the path. Okay, okay, okay. Yeah, the reasoning. I'm a little hesitant to get prescription or give prescription there. I guess because I kind of consider it subjective. What would be
Well,
the point of giving? Go ahead.
I'll make one quick point because you just reminded me. One thing I would say about Eastern framework of looking at the world is the word purpose doesn't really have the same meaning as it does in the West. Like I don't like if you try to ask people why do you want to do this or what is your reason,
Oh yeah,
they don't
yeah.
really have a concept in the way that we understand that, in my opinion.
Well,
I
that
forgot.
because it goes to the teleological thinking. In the West they have like a teleological scope. And purpose has to do with the future oriented thinking. Whereas and this is exactly the kind of divide I'm talking about. And I was gonna start talking about Eastern philosophy or Eastern especially the code of the samurai as it relates to manhood, because
You,
this the
you don't even have to go there. You can go straight to Confucian. I mean,
oh
there's
yeah,
plenty of
yeah,
prescription.
that's another thing I was gonna mention is Confucius, because
Well,
they
the
have this
prescription is
yeah,
already there.
yeah.
Okay, so just see if I can get this whole full circle. So what he was talking about was like the concept of why. If you were, and he's dead spot on here, I forgot all about this, and it's the most irritating thing. If you were to walk up to somebody in most of Asia, or at least I believe, I don't know about Laos, but definitely Thailand, China, and Vietnam. If you were to walk up to them and ask them like, why do you do this? What is the reason behind this? Generally you'll get really frustrated because it won't be explained in a way, as he said, like we consider purpose, like what's your reasoning for doing this kind of thing. However, it will be kind of more like based on, well, my family needs this or that. It will always get drawn toward collectivism, which I mean, it's fine culturally if it's based around family. Like if your ultimate goal is family, perfect, right? No problems. But if you're individualistic, I was raised this way. I don't know how to be any other way. I don't even know if I can convert, right? It's just a mind-boggling, just drive me insane if I even try to wrap my head around it. So but Confucian did lay it down. Like the purpose is like laid out clear. It's collectivism. You're going to do what you're going to do because it's in the benefit of somebody else.
Yeah, and I could pull up on some Confucius. Let me see if I could grab some Confucius for y'all so we could read Confucius together, because some of these motherfucking analects are like only like a fucking line long and shit, and they've totally molded Asian culture for 1500 years.
Yeah, the
So, I mean,
golden rule: do unto others as you would have do unto you.
that's right.
That's actually Confucian.
That's right.
It's
That's from
just
an intellect of Confucius. So it's not exclusive to Western thinking, and it's actually something that comes from Greek and Zoroastrian thought as well. So it's something that's passed along quite a few different roots and themes. But the way Confucius has it is do not do unto others what you would have not done. So it's a little different. They call it the negative golden mean.
Yeah.
But it's still a similar concept. I mean, the concept is analogical, for
Right.
sure. You know, yeah. But
damn, Nero,
but yeah.
Thank you for bringing that up about the why thing. I forgot about the damn why question. Pisses me off. I hated that the first year I was here. I hated that damn question.
No, I appreciate it because you reminded me of it, and it's the funniest thing to me is like when you ask why and they say no why. There is no why.
Oh, there's a modern answer. Because I like. I hate that answer too. It's not an explanation. Yeah. So, can I ask, like, what country did you go to?
I would say Thailand, Cambodia, China. Yeah, those three.
Cambodia, I haven't been to. Thailand, I have. Technically, when I first came here, I had to renew a visa. So the border crossing, I don't count it, but that was as close as I've gotten.
I'm sure you got a relatively good grip. I'm sure you got a relatively good grip of what's going on.
Well, I'm actually kind of a little bit curious as to how they individually like compare to one another. That I'm having difficulty with.
Me too. I would say I don't have an answer, but there's definitely some difference. I mean, if you get the difference between Thailand and Cambodia, then and Vietnam, I think you got a little bit better framework than I do. But sounds like you spent a lot more time than I did too. I just picked up, more impressions than anything, but I've had a lot of time to reflect on it. So.
Yeah, I got no answers. Yeah, I got a lot of questions. That's it. That's all I got. It's a bunch of questions, no answers.
Yeah, that's probably the best place to start in such a world with conflicting, systems interplay, as you started out to say when you first joined the discussion. You know what I'm saying? But
I stay in perpetual confusion. I might change my name to that.
Organized confusion. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, there's no organization. It's all chaos.
They plan spontaneity and they organize confusion. You know what I'm saying? So that's really what's going on. You know what I mean, in the world. But one of the ways they do this. I just opened Confucius up right now, and I'm on Analect 1:3, and he says it says the master said, "A clever tongue and fine appearance are rarely signs of goodness."
Well, Confucianism itself would never be accepted in the West because of collectivism.
Think about I mean a clever tongue and a fine appearance. I mean, the Western world, I mean, that is literally who we prize. I mean, we prize anyone with a clever tongue and fine appearance. Sure. Isn't that what we're all about? It's showbiz, isn't it?
Pretty much. It's just because all of the goals are, we say it like, you're in high school, you get into sports and you get in like a sports team, right? There's a group. Our military is drawn into camaraderie. We group up that way. Socially, we tend to group up too. We just don't like the idea of collectivism. We always want to be seen as the individual, which is probably why we have such difficulty with purpose. Or with our goals, not our reasoning, our goals.
Yeah. Like one of the things that you see is that there is a sort of a mastery of kind of opinions and a mastery of appearances. Whereas in the Asian sensibility, it seems like humility is seen as a strength. Fame is seen as something that's poison. So really,
But I will have to push back on that. Is that really what we believe in? Like the showy concept of it?
Like one aspect I see is in St. Paul, and there I see a kind of a collectivism, because he says, that that we're all part of the body of Christ, but we're all individuals within that body. So there is kind of e pluribus unum, one for all and all for one, kind of mentality that St. Paul kind of espouses. And then also he seems to prize a sort of humility. He kind of gets on people about not being humble and not being kind of being showboaters. He gets on some of the different characters in the early church about being kind of showing off and stuff like that. And he kind of says that you want to stay away from showing off, and he kind of talks about how humility is kind of one of the teachings of the Christian practice. And I know that has had considerable influence in the West. So I don't know if you want to so it's not exactly dichotomous in that way, but there's a different sort of collectivism.
Yeah, we've had I've been a part of a few discussions when they're talking about like altruism. I can lay claim to only a few cases that I've ever actually seen of its demonstration, and they're usually kind of weird. Like, for example, and there was a grave interest with the Department of Defense. I wish we could get our hands on their psych information, their psych evaluations. But the only cases I've ever seen would be like the concept that they would do like these little weird experiments. They toss out a grenade, see if somebody would throw themselves on it to protect the rest of the people. Like the idea of altruism, really not such a big thing, at least from what I can see within people. Most of when we talk about like collectivism, like we do things for the group, it's usually with self-interest in mind. That's always the back end of our mind.
Well, don't you? Yeah. Go ahead, Neurojack.
Oh no, I just wanted to back up. Like I know what he's saying, and I generally agree with what he's saying. So go ahead. Sorry.
I'm just kind of like, if it is the case that okay, so we promote groups. It's indoctrinated in us, even in school. Line up, take your turn, help the next guy behind you. Right? We have all of this in there. Why don't we have the production of it? We have the appearance of it, like outward prima facie. We're looking at it, we see it, except for when we test it, it doesn't seem to really exist there. It's not grounded in. So like the showbiz is just in itself just fake. This is more like a criticism of our own culture. I'm just trying to figure out. I don't know if there's a way to promote it. Then now I have to go back and look at now Asian culture and look at the face thing, and collectivism is there as an excuse. Now I need to go back and test it and see if if it's really there. I can't take a grenade, throw it out there, and see who's gonna jump on it to save everybody around them. But I think I can come up with something maybe.
Yeah, but isn't what you're talking about? I'm going back to the idea that you were talking about just now, that there's no such thing as altruism. That motherfuckers wouldn't even dive on a grenade to save.
There were those are the only few cases I can think of, right?
Yeah, because you keep and it might be magnified by this idea. But isn't it I think it's so you're saying that the altruism is not connected to collectivism?
That there's some type of so
there's a proof that there's a proof that we're not actually collectivists because there's no real altruism.
Well, I don't know. All I know is there's a difference in the concept of collectivism is the when we speak about it, when we're doing something, our purpose is somebody else, our reasoning is somebody else or something else, right? That's what we describe as collectivism. Altruism it manifests in some type of action that's demonstratable. Problem is we're really have shitty systems to actually try to measure this. If we watch society interact with each other, say somebody giving a poor person money on the side of the road or some shit like that, or giving them food, right? We can always trace it back to, they generally did it to alleviate their own self-guilt, for their own personal feelings. There's always something there that has more to do with the self-interest than it does with the other person. There's very few ways or very few mechanisms that are available to test it. And the only cases that I can think of that we've tested it successfully, where we can demonstrate it and prove it. Now, they're small numbers for sure, but they are there. And that would be like the cases with DOD tossing out grenades just to see who was going to throw themselves on.
Well, what do you say? Well, what do you say about the bystander effect? Because you see, like that, it seemed like a lot of people, because it's like the greater the population, the more people are willing to defer to the outside influences. It's like if somebody sees an accident that's going on, they don't actually report that shit. They just like wait and see if there's more people around. They'll defer the responsibility to somebody else. And that's kind of like more trust in the system. It's like more trust in the system engenders less altruism, which is weird.
No.
Because it's the collectivism that makes us numb to each other. You know what I mean?
We're naturally drawn to conflict. At least the males are. I don't know, maybe not so much with the females, just done in a different form. But we as humans are naturally drawn to conflict.
Well, females just go about conflict in a different way.
A different way. It's still the same.
They go about conflict by talking about other females behind their back.
Yeah, but we're naturally drawn toward like conflict, animosity, problem, things like that. Like we just seem to just gravitate toward that. The idea of like driving down the road and a bunch of rubberneckers or passing by, like basically all of these dead bodies on the side of the road, these gory things, because that's basically the thing that people are. We're drawn to that shit. We've always been drawn to that. You can find cases of it throughout all of history.
Yeah, that's what a lot of the YouTube is it's examples of like horrible shit or horrible behavior. So people are just watching it,
even in the case of
fetishizing, it's fetishization, of the most menial, degree of,
the concept of like debate. Just take the political, religious debate and all of that. You might get like one or two people that are there just trying to comprehend what the hell it is. But for the vast majority of people that are viewing it, they want them to just literally beat the shit out of each other. Humiliate the guy. Fuck him up. It's even in our expression, the way we talk to each other. Fuck him up. Humiliate him. Bitch him out. Make him a little girl. Make him cry. I mean, it's just, that's the thing. We want to see other people fall.
Yeah, but that's a crowd, that's a crowd mentality. You know what I mean?
It would be a little bit outside of my realm, but I would venture to believe that was just there individually. It's the monster comes out because it's being like reassured. It's, I guess, reaffirmed, if you want to call it that, when you get around other people of likeness.
Yeah, like I heard some African guy say, I turned on a Christian Bible show, and I turned it on for just 3 seconds, and this African dude goes, if there's 10 fools in the room, look around because there's 11. You know what I mean? Like, just saying, like basically like you're one of them. If you could spot over 10 fools, like you gotta be one of them motherfuckers. You know what I mean? That's a fool in the room. You know what I mean? And yeah, that's really some shit about it. Association breeds assimilation. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And that much, I mean, I think there's a lot to be said for that, because I see because you said that you started out this conversation. You said that you didn't study clinical psychology, but you studied kind of a form of I don't know, you want to call it math psychology.
It's all the same. It's all of the same curriculum. Mostly, there's a few alterations in there. It boils down to like what you're doing with it. So a clinician is kind of like that asshole that you say, like Dr. Peterson. You lay on the couch, you tell him your problems, he talks to you. He's not actually giving you like your solutions. He's just talking you through it, and you're coming up with your own solutions. A tactician, which is what I am, it is generally, I think, most commonly where you would find it in would be in marketing, like say spontaneous
Oh, okay.
purchases. You know, when you walk into a store, why they place things, colorful in one area versus another area. It's a form of manipulation. In government, it's the same thing. It's just usually revolved around like negotiation.
You're trying to assign a purpose more
Yeah.
than
Yeah, you're
find a
directing it. Yeah.
And
Yeah, because advertising and propaganda have the same origin point. You know,
Yes.
I don't know who
Yeah,
knows
they're all the same shit. Like you take
Yeah.
my degree and go somewhere else with it, another field would probably be just as beneficial with it. Supposedly.
Well, Joshua, to say one thing, if you have an Instagram, please follow me on it because I'd love to connect with you. Because
I have Discord and Skype. I don't have a Facebook. We were never allowed to have a Facebook. I've got those.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how to find people on Discord. I mean, you could find me on Discord. I'm the Machine Lies on Discord. I don't know how you find me. I don't know how you find me on Discord.
I just joined in the Crucible because there was a
Oh
question
yeah.
that was brought up in
Oh
the debate.
shit.
That's why I'm here.
Okay, then at me on the Crucible and then I can add you as a friend or something, or just add me as a friend or send me a friend request and you know what I mean.
Gotcha.
And I got Neurojack on Discord too. So we got
okay.
we're
That
both up.
Yeah,
we're both up on there. Yeah.
Yeah, I just
I'll connect you. You connect me to Nero. That'll work.
Okay. Yeah. Cool. Man.
Just put my Discord thing in this private chat there, so you get, because I'm really interested in the advertising / propaganda thing for a few reasons. Number one, I want to understand how we're being manipulated. Number two, if we start getting a goal in mind, I want to know how to use it to get other people to see the goal, because I don't think you can logically get people to see things. I think there has to be some level of manipulation to get people going in a certain direction, so I'm kind of curious about that.
Well, I just dropped a link in the private chat. It's about the ICT accessibility 508 standards and 255 guidelines. I do a lot of research, guys, and this is information and communication technology. Like we were saying earlier, communication is technology. Information is technology. And that's what they're using against us, is the information and communication.
So what's this? So what does this signify, Wizard? Like this?
Well, this is the 508 standards are your disability standards to having access to the same electronic communications and information that everybody else does. And this is why I keep telling everybody I have the right to express myself. And not only do I have the right to express myself, and this is why I get upset when people interrupt me, is because other people have the right to know. That's the information that passes through a communication. That's my expression of what I know, the information in the communication, and you're right to know that. You have a disability because they're using it against you. You're not supposed to be part of that administration. You're not supposed to be using their grammar language.
Yeah, access to information and communication technology, ICT. 508 of the Rehabilitation Act of Section 255. U.S. Access Board.
Remember who I keep telling you controls all communications? The post office. Because everything you communicate, spoken or written, every comment, all your audio and video, that's what you post. You're posting it.
Well, I've heard from people who were both in the military and work for the Postal Service. They describe the Postal Service as much more well organized than the military. And
Yes.
run like, I mean, I can't remember the exact word they use, but I mean, people think of the post office and they just say, "Oh, it's just a letter carrying service." I think based on the things that I've heard people say who were not very high level, but they basically said it's a lot. They led me to believe that it's a lot more going on than just.
Well, the post
letters.
office, every post office on the planet is an inland marine installation. Literally. I'm going to pull up a document.
Well, just as a side note, while you do that, I do find it very curious that there's so many foreign nationals working in the postal service right now. I find that very interesting.
Well, they should all be foreign nationals.
There's pretty much foreign nationals almost in every branch.
Well, I've met people who are working on nuclear submarines who are from China and barely speak English, and I found that very curious as well.
Yeah, it's curious. Yeah, common, very much so. Or it's been that way for the last 20 years for sure. Can't speak before that.
Machine, there's two more links in the chat. The long one is the warrant officer postal criteria. That's the one that's going to tell us that the every post office is an inland marine installation. And then the other one is 29 U.S. Code 794D. And that's the electronic and information technology. And you'll see it says when developing, procuring, maintaining, or using electronic and information technology, each federal department or agency, including the United States Postal Service. Again, telling us everything goes through the United States Postal Service, and the United States Postal Service is the registered agent for the post office, who is the trademark holder for the copyright and patented material known as the Constitution of the Universal Postal Union and various other international documents of the United Nations and the Interparliamentary Union, all labor unions. Electronic communications and information technology is where we're at today. And people really, like we were talking about earlier, when I first got into building and programming computers, it was zeros and ones. Now you can literally use the English language or any other language and create your own programming on your own channels with your own comments.
Well, to be fair, that's like a question of efficiency. Like
Absolutely.
Going from like binary to Python and then to PHP, right? It's just efficient if you're trying to do like production on a massive level.
Yeah, and that's what they're doing. This is as it relates to the Paperwork Reduction Act. It's more efficient.
Let me interject a question, if you don't mind, because this is something I want to be kind of very careful what I say, because I know that within the circle that at least Machine Lies and I deal in, people may hear this and they may take it the wrong way. But do you think that there is a purpose behind this efficiency as a goal mentality? Like, is there an ulterior motive, whether you know what it is or not? What do you surmise of what that might be?
Yes, but not in the case of like, I mean, maybe some people would be nefarious and others to another. Go back to like the example you talked about, the straws kind of concept. It could be the case that they wanted businesses to go one direction or another. So it could be like, profitable desires. In another case, it could be just, there have been a few cases where like branches of government, like say like ATF currently, right? Like they're trying to extend we'll call it their ability to do their own classification with firearms kind of thing. Like, so they're just testing the waters to see if they can. And if there's not much pushback, well, then they've just, gotten their ability to do so.
Yeah, again, it's an input system, and as long as you've got good intent, the system you can learn it just like riding a bike for your good intents. If you don't have good intents, or you're being mischievous or just fooling around or something, those are the incidences that can be problematic.
I'm just of the mindset that intention is subject to change at any given time. Today, I might
Yes.
want to wake up and be a really nice guy. Tomorrow, I might wake up and want to be a complete asshole, just want to bash everybody in the face. There's no limitation now to organizations, right? Because they're still subject to, or they're still composed of individuals just like ourselves, right? So whatever people want to do with it, they will.
Absolutely. And that's why we have this society that has no fear in making fun of their national leaders. It's a metaverse where we can create content based upon our opinions and entertainment, emotions and thoughts and feelings being FEEL and FEAL. A lot of different things that we can use as weapons. And again, the most basic is the information and communications technologies. Always has been. That's the most basic form of manipulation, if you want to call it manipulation.
Well,
Advertising, persuasion.
I want to hear what Machine Live says as well, but I wanted to say one other thing. It's actually what I think he would say, which is people look at it, they say, oh, now you're holding a piece of technology that you spy on yourself for the government with. It's like, well, that's part of it, but it's a two-way street, and it's also we're participating in it. And I think the ramifications of that is a lot deeper than they're just spying upon us. I think we're participating in an experiment, for lack of a better term.
Well, yeah, it's all a practice. And like I said earlier, if you're entering data elements into the record, that's their record, and you're not supposed to be doing that. So it's effectively a lesson to teach us how to create our own record and write our own damn book. You know what I'm saying? That way you're not putting data elements into their story and them manipulating them for their intents and purposes. You write your own story reflecting your own truth. And it may not be the truth, but it's the truth for you. And that's all that really counts. Love thy neighbor as thyself.
I don't think you can avoid it. God, I hate the way that sounds, but I don't think.
Well, I kind of agree with you because it's a system of indoctrination.
Well, it's not that, it's you can't. Oh, so like say, oh, shit. I don't care if it comes down like the NRA being opposed to centralized databases for gun registration. Still can't get away with it because generally speaking, like example with the ATF, you can generally go buy a firearm. Buy two or more, chances of them showing up at your door are like, hey, did you buy these firearms? Are you reselling some of your previous ones? They come by and ask questions. So the immediate first question should be asked is, how did they know to come to your house? How did they know you just made a purchase? You went to Walmart, bought a shotgun, right? And it all goes through. You can't avoid centralized databases. It's impossible, right? And the question then becomes is how much does the government give access, or how much access does, well, in our case, like the U.S. government. I'll give one anecdotal information or one anecdotal example here. There was a guy here in Vietnam by the name of Dan Hauer. Dan Hauer was basically an English teacher, kind of fairly popular on YouTube. He was using YouTube to promote his own, like, oh, I'm an English teacher making his money kind of thing. We ended up having like a private Facebook chat. I don't use Facebook. I don't know how it works, but apparently there's like this little private thing off to the side where they're having these communications. And he did something that basically was a violation of law with Vietnam. Like I think it was insubordination. No, some type of insult to a national hero, right? Like it wasn't Ho Chi Minh. It was one of their generals or something, right? So Vietnam comes to approach him, right? But before they even made the approach to him, the embassy sent us to approach him and offer assistance. Now the question is one, you might think, okay, well maybe somebody like took a screenshot of the private chat and then submitted it to the authorities here in Vietnam and complained about them, but that doesn't explain what the hell happened. How did the U.S. embassy know to contact this guy that a problem was going to occur? So I'm not saying that the U.S. government had access. I'm questioning is how do you know they didn't? I'm always I'm always of the opinion that they have access. If it's on the internet, every government has access. You can't get away from it, and we do this constantly now. I mean,
and that's one of the things that I've hopefully established on my end with my own site. It's got its own domain extension that is non-commercial and shows a point of origin that is private.
Still won't matter. Encryption. You can't buy commercially grade encryption. Like no matter what you do, you can't ever get something that's not already available. It's impossible.
Correct, but the difference is that when it goes out into that public venue and in the rest of the internet, there's a specific signal on my site that says not secure. So sites won't accept it because they're secure.
Okay.
So because there's
the idea is to stay under the radar. Yeah, I got you.
Exactly. Because their cybersecurity says don't accept something that's not secure.
Well, it goes to a greater question: is if everything is manipulation, then is there any such thing as an original act? Can anybody improvise an action or an event or say something on the fly that nobody knows what the fuck they're gonna say, and therefore it's unprogrammable, unforeseeable? Just like innovation is in science. In science you have this concept of innovation. Well, they say it's open-ended. They say the process is open-ended. They call it open AI. So you know what I mean? Like, so there's no future.
Well, they say an act of God is unpredictable, right?
Yeah, let's see. Yeah, we could take it there. What do you say about that, Joshua Jones? Is there no such thing as an original action?
Give me an example of an original action. What it would be.
Well, it's interesting that you asked the question itself, because I think you're understanding the confusion I'm dealing with, because it's like say you say that everything is manipulated. Well, surely somebody everything is based on something else, but something that came before it. So somebody had to have done it first. So that goes to originality is like two ways.
But
Is like two ways.
You got to understand there's a specific reason why I say like everybody manipulates everybody. The reason is when you have like just take two people, two individual entities at any given time, right? And they're communicating. They do not both have the same intentions. They might have similar intentions at different times, but the chances of them having the same identical intention at the same time is mathematically just, I don't know, it's just crazy number, right? Like the ratio doesn't work for you. So it's we generally are of the view that it's better for self-defense mechanisms, and we tend to, as a species, operate under the concept is the other person is out to do something. So that's why self-defense exists. That's why it's kind of ingrained in us. Some people might claim it genetic. I have no clue. That's going off into a different realm than me. But behavioral wise, no two people have the same intention. So if you have the concept that people are generally drawn to each other, we have to interact with each other. How do we come down to meet that definition of mutual benefit if we both don't have the same intention? Like my goal is to go right. The other guy's goal is to go left, right? But we have to, we're in the middle trying to have some type of conversation. So we have complete different intentions. We have different goals, right? How do we get together and have mutual benefit? Somebody has to manipulate somebody else. I mean, I hate the way that Andrew described it. He said that,
I agree with you.
I'll quote him where he said that humans are engineered to be predatorial. Not exactly true on the engineered part, but the idea that we're taught to be predatory, that's very, the behavioral wise would align with that idea that we're generally taught to take advantage or prey on others. Probably just ingrained into us based on the laziness. Why,
Yep.
why should I go grow my own crops when I can just beat this guy over the head and take his crops? We're naturally drawn to that shortcut method.
Yep. The convenience.
The only thing that technology does is just makes that easier. So we're just going to adopt more ways to manipulate, abuse, take advantage of each other. I wouldn't lay blame on technology itself, but I would say that humans are kind of like assholes, right? We're just going to adapt to
one
that.
of the thing is the action at a distance. So me and Wizard started out talking about arbitration. That technology gives us the power of arbitration and the power of mediation, and that numbs us to our relations with others to a certain extent. You can tell how, but obviously it would magnify our capacity for manipulation, as
Um,
you're pointing out. But
all
one
I
of the
can
things, yeah,
all I can speak to with arbitration or mediation is it prolongs the inevitability. You could
yeah,
actually hinder it. Like you could say, look, you've got two people here, and now you introduce a third party, and say, okay, well, you're just gonna, you're the neutral third party, right?
yeah, that's right.
One, you're taking the chance of now you're introducing a third who doesn't have the same intention. Now you might have a three-way fuckery when it comes down to it, or it could be the case, like at the best case scenario, that third party arbitrary person does exactly that, where he's neutral and then just walks away, and then later they end up taking the same manipulative process.
Well,
We're
well,
taught this.
well,
We're
well,
taught this in
well.
diplomacy. All you're doing
Well,
is
that's all well
basically
and good, but
prolonging
what
the
if that third person is a computer?
well, so that goes back to that. We go back to Heckle, right? It's what was the computer inputted to do?
Exactly. It's already got a pre-programmed set of paths that it can follow. It cannot create its own variances. Whereas equity, that's what it's all about. That proves that you're not in the right system. That communication system, those systems, they're all fiction.
So, here's one way to do it. You have a bunch of drunk drivers. Do you blame the car or do you blame the driver? You have a bunch of guns. Do you blame the shooter or do you blame the guns? You have a bunch of computers that go around where people are hacking into all kind of shit. Do you blame the computer or do you blame the hacker? Right? It just
just interrupt. I want to make one final point before because I got to jump off and take care of my kid. I'll be listening though. But that's exactly where Machine Lies and the Crucible. That's where their debate led to, and it was a big hurdle to get over, and it was like there was something stopping that conversation from getting to that point. And I thought that was really really interesting problem. Like it's a very interesting question because
well, we actually already they already technically have a solution. It's the same solution that they've had with all of technology prior, whether it was like weaponry, whatever. One side is going to control it. If they're the first to it, if they're the best at it, they're generally going to control it the best they can. Like in the form of like self-defense to stop the other person from getting as much access or as efficient access to it, right? They're just going to dominate.
Well, here's what I'll say as not a rebuttal, but as a broader example of a question of why that may not. Oh, Angkor Wat, man, I wish I could stay on and talk about that. I've been to that place. That place is very. When you see it, dude, one thing for sure: history is not what they tell us it is. I'll just put it out there like that. But anyways, on the final point, I'll just say like. You're just saying, well, like I'll use an example. Like, why did they release all this deep fake technology out into the public? Because that's going to disrupt so much stuff that people can't even fathom right now. And I think people are glossing over it like it's just whatever thing, right? But anyway, thanks for having me on, Machine. I wish I could stay on, but I gotta do some stuff. But I'll be listening, so I appreciate you having me on, man.
Yeah, no,
Oh
cool.
yeah. Thanks for coming
One
on,
love,
Neurojack. Yeah. Next time.
one love, Neurojack.
Next time if you want to come on, we'll finish talking about the Yuval Harari thing. But
Yeah, sure, man. There's so much. There's always like more to talk about. Like,
yeah, I know. We got so much shit to talk about. But
dude, it's like
we'll get
you
into
got
it.
my mind like I got like 15 more things to talk about just from this little stream. So I appreciate it, man. And nice to meet
that's how it goes.
Everyone. Appreciate it.
I'm not impressed at all. In theology class now, keep in mind it's academic theology, not ministry theology. You don't focus on anything. But here would be an example like there's like legend speaks about like King Solomon's floating throne, but you look at like Greek technology 400 years before King Solomon, magnetism was known. You generally can like basically levitate things with or make it look like things are being levitated with magnets. Greeks had access to this technology 400 years by trade with Greek, and we've already they've had ties in between Greek or the Greek Empire with King Solomon in trade anyways. So he would have had access. It's most likely it's just kind of like the concept of using technology as trickery. It's actually highly plausible, or you say highly probable. Now we're gone past the plausible point.
So apparently this is like a floating temple that can also rotate or something, or there's islands in here that's like float and rotate from advanced ancient hydraulic megalithic construction.
Controlling water is not particularly magical.
Apparently we can't make these today, so let's just take
you going back to he brought up a time period of Zoroastrianism.
Astonishing ancient site on Earth, covering an area of more than 400 acres. It is made up of something like 10 million stone blocks, intricately carved and stacked into temples, terraces, and galleries. For comparison, Angkor Wat covers three times the area of Vatican City and is made up of 4 times as many blocks as the Great Pyramid of Giza. No wonder Angkor Wat's famous lotus bud towers adorn the Cambodian flag. Yet, for most of the second half of the 20th century, research at the site by those hoping to unravel its many mysteries was limited or prevented altogether by ongoing conflict and civil war in the country. In fact, it was not until the 21st century that large-scale research resumed at the site. But when it did, what began to emerge was a mystery far greater than anyone had imagined. In 1860, a French explorer by the name of Henri Mou was traveling through the uncharted interior regions of Cambodia, collecting samples and recording observations about a place which, to that point, was almost totally unknown in the West. One day, Mou noticed a rare butterfly fluttering in the air. He began to chase after it, not noticing in his excitement that his pursuit was taking him deeper and deeper into the jungle, away from his traveling party. In short order, Mou was lost. Panicking, he began to hack through vines and overgrown foliage with a machete, desperate to find his way back to his party. Suddenly, the jungle opened in front of him to reveal a clearing, and standing before Mou was the most amazing thing he'd ever seen in his life. An enormous stone structure stretching in all directions and reaching up to the sky. A massive complex overgrown with jungle, abandoned for who knows how long. Standing before him was the long-lost Angkor Wat. Today, this is the story which is told of a lone explorer accidentally stumbling across the great ruins of Angkor Wat, a sort of Indiana Jones-like figure uncovering a secret long lost deep in the jungle. Of course, this story is not, strictly speaking, true. While Mu did visit Angkor Wat in 1860, the site was not long lost. Though it had been abandoned for centuries, it was known about by locals and still occasionally used by fishermen, farmers, and monks. In fact, Mu was not even the first European to have laid eyes on the site. In 1589, nearly 3 centuries before Mu made his visit, a Portuguese friar named Antonio de Madalena was taken to Angkor Wat during his travels in Cambodia, famously writing an account which read, "Angkor Wat is of such extraordinary construction that it is not possible to describe it with a pen, particularly since it is like no other building in the world. It has towers and decoration and all the refinements which the human genius can conceive of." While this account did not gain widespread popularity in Europe at the time, Mu came across it centuries later, at exactly the moment he was becoming inspired by emerging European accounts of exploration in Southeast Asia, a mysterious region which to that point was known to Europeans as simply beyond India. In fact, so inspired was Mu that he decided to leave his comfortable life and hop on a ship to the other side of the world. On April 31-year-old Mu set sail from London to Bangkok, where he would begin an expedition into the remote interior regions of mainland Southeast Asia. For 3 years, he explored territories uncharted by Europeans, traveling with local guides by fishing boat, on horses or oxen carts, or even elephants, and many times walking through the jungle on foot, sleeping each night in a hammock strung between 2 trees. All the
I'm
while,
out,
he
brother.
meticulously recorded notes and
All
observations
right,
on
Wiz. Have a blessed
everything
night.
he came across, the places,
One love.
people, animals, and plants.
I'm just not particularly impressed. Um, I don't know. It's egotistical to think that, like, say Western culture, like we're the things we believe that we're the first to do something, whether it be like, build a large structure, or in the case of like actually just moving water. I think the oldest pipe we can
Wat
find,
and
which is
fed
really just
its
basically a big
enormous
ditch,
moat.
that
His
was the
work
Persian
revealed a
Empire.
system of such
It's like
complexity that
5,000 years
Grosslier
ago.
dubbed
There's
Angkor
nothing
Wat
really
the
new.
hydraulic city. But it was not until Evans and Fletcher came along in 2012 that the full mind-blowing scope of this water system became clear. Using LiDAR, they mapped the water system across the entire Angkor Wat urban area. Incredibly, researchers mapped extensive hydrological systems which managed, stored, and dispersed water from 3 separate rivers and a nearby lake across the entire urban area. It was a system of unfathomable magnitude and ability.
It does look like a
Rivers and
microchip.
creeks had been dredged and straightened into canals and channels more than 10 miles in length and 130 to
motherfucking
200
macro
feet wide,
chip.
while a vast system of dikes spanning hundreds of miles diverted water where it was needed.
Back and forth
Huge
with the water.
reservoirs
Look at
called
that
barrays, the largest of which was 5 miles long, were created to store water, and a vast network of walled fields was constructed for flooded rice agriculture. With this water system, a landscape of sloping rice terraces was created with an independent water supply, which would have insulated the urban area from droughts. But it was more than that. The water system had clearly been built to provide a transport system across the urban area, as well as a domestic water supply for sanitation. Additionally, the water system included numerous ponds and channels filled with fish, a further source of food for the population within the city. Truly,
We don't
Angkor
even have
Wat
city
was an
planning like
advanced
that
ancient
today.
hydraulic city, one which went far
Or
beyond
barely.
anything Grosslier had originally imagined, a water system totally unique anywhere on Earth. And yet, even this was not the most mind-boggling thing researchers discovered about Angkor Wat. While researchers like Evans and Fletcher were looking closer at the region around Angkor Wat, revealing the secrets of a massive urban area, at the same time, others were looking for secrets within the Angkor Wat complex itself. As this took place, findings began to emerge which showed that Angkor Wat had been constructed with shockingly detailed astronomical and cosmological considerations. To begin, the entire temple complex had been constructed to represent the universe in Hindu cosmology. At the center of this universe is the cosmic mountain of Meru,
So,
represented by Angkor Wat's central and tallest lotus bud tower. The enclosure wall around the main temple represented the mountains at the edge of the world, while the moat represented the cosmic sea from which life began. In this way, anyone entering Angkor Wat would go through a terrestrial version of the sacred progression to enlightenment in Hindu mythology. From crossing the cosmic sea, the starting point of one's journey to enlightenment, through obstacles one must overcome in the sacred mountains. Finally, to Mount Meru and the achievement of enlightenment. It is an amazing thing to create the heavens on earth using millions of tons of stone. But it was not just Hindu cosmology which made its way into the construction of Angkor Wat. There were a number of advanced astronomical details as well. Visitors realized that if they were standing at the entrance to the complex, the sun would rise perfectly over the central lotus bud tower on the equinox. But indeed, it went much further than that. Perhaps the most famous piece of art in the entire Angkor Wat complex is an enormous 160-foot-long carving which depicts the Hindu story of the churning of the ocean of milk from the Mahabharata. In the carving, there are 88 gods and 91 demons, all life-sized, pulling at a rope attached to a central churning pivot with Vishnu sitting in the center. On its own, it is an amazing piece of art, but archaeologists like Eleanor Monica have pointed out that the carving and its placement within the complex were not an accident. Rather, the carving was situated to act as a sort of giant calendar, counting the days between winter and summer solstices. The churning pivot in the middle of the carving, where Vishnu sits, represents the spring equinox, while 91 demons to one side represent the 91 days from equinox to winter solstice, and the 88 gods on the other represent the 88 days from equinox to summer solstice. As the sun moved across it, the carving would effectively count the days of the year. Similar to what they did with Hindu cosmology, the builders of Angkor Wat also inserted references to the movements of the sun and moon directly into the measurements of the complex. Consider.
I just had to pause it and point out these buildings have sun calendars carved into them that are thousands of years old. Why the fuck don't we build anything today with a freaking sun carving or mural or anything in the architecture whatsoever?
Because it's not efficient. Because it's not
it is
efficient.
efficient. It still works today.
No.
It's the most fucking efficient thing through time. The one thing that's going to guarantee is that the sun is going to rise in the fucking east and set in the west. Are you kidding me?
It's just not efficient.
Years old.
Imagine, okay. Think in modern day. Take gravestones, right? Just carving names on it. How much?
Oh shit! I think here. Hold up. I think Bernard fell out, but I think he'll be back with the video. But yeah, very interesting video. And yeah, but you were saying about something about efficiency or something.
Really, it's kind of always the same thing. Well, Kampuchea wasn't the first to actually come up with calendars, but everybody that's ever had any civilization revolving around agriculture has always had a need for a calendar.
No worries, Bernard.
When to plant, when to harvest, that kind of thing. It's always had a necessity, a need for it, right? People or different civilizations went about doing things different ways, and it's usually has a lot to do based on efficiency. we're just mind boggled. I guess what the shocking part is, imagine the idea of just basically cutting a trench that's completely just straight. Like the idea of that. We have difficulty with that because we're unfortunately kind of like a little lazy when it comes down to technology. We want to cut a big trench in the road, right? We've got machines for it, right? And they're manufactured to be straight. We can't fathom the idea of actually trying to put forth a little effort into using a shovel and cutting a straight line. It's just it's it doesn't speak so much about them. It speaks how more of how lazy we've become within our technology.
Well, it's just interesting if you get the 1,500 people, or I mean the people.
Well, they were in the
I'm sorry.
millions. Campuchia,
I'm
millions.
no, I'm no, no. I'm sorry. I was gonna say in the 1500s. The people who lived in Italy in the Renaissance time.
Mhm.
You know, and you
Yeah.
get the people that were there in Florence, Italy during the Renaissance, and it's roughly the same population of where I live, and you get all the people together and you can put them, probably fit them within a football stadium during the Super Bowl. And what did they accomplish? There's a great vast gulf of accomplishment. I mean, we have all this technology and stuff, but like what are we making? I mean, just in like Florence, Italy, you have like you have like Da Vinci and all these people. You have Machiavelli, and you have all these people that are laying down the foundations of even modern civilization back
Well,
then.
it's perceptive. Okay, so it's like
So what happened from the Renaissance, and just a small population that we can't even, you take a city, a modern city, and see what the people in that city accomplish. I mean, it's very small, and I think it goes back to what you're saying, like laziness. You know what I mean? That
well, well
motherfuckers are lazy.
the metric itself that you're using to measure, like in comparison, are that's perspective. But the idea that unifying, let's just say a million workers to get together and like stack blocks on something, not really incomprehensible. It's quite easy to do. We do it even in modern day. We're really good at motivating people. We just happen to use the word motivation. We're
Yeah,
the perspective is looking backwards. Hey, look, it's impressive that they could get together and stack some stones in a straight line. I got to add that, right? So now we're
Yeah, I
looking
just
at it
want
from
to
our
say,
perspective.
yeah, I just want to say about Burnight. Burnight, you're welcome anytime to come and share content like that, because I'm actually very interested in ancient technology and stuff like that. But like one of the things they had in Mohenjo Daro was like running toilets and stuff. So I mean, it's just interesting to the fact that we think that these people were backwards, or
No,
that people
no,
back
no, no.
then were,
We
they're not
look at
back.
we look at people as being backwards based off of the idea of superstitions,
Yeah, that's
not
right.
on
Yeah,
capability. Yeah, it's again, it's just a perception. It's like, oh well, they think
yeah, that's right.
take it for example, like me being American and being here in Vietnam. Okay, so everybody eats with sticks. In my mind, the idea of eating with chopsticks is like, oh well, we're cavemen. We're going back to poking our food with sticks, kind of thing. Just it's a thing that they do. It's the perception that we pass that judgment. It's just
Yeah.
I go back to King Solomon, nothing new under the sun. We're kind of just becoming more efficient in the things we do. We're more
Well,
efficient in using
it
construction.
goes back to partly with King Solomon. One of the most interesting things about Newton was they actually discovered a bunch of Newton's letters and works, and one of his works, he actually talks about the measurements of the Temple of Solomon. If anybody wants to, they could look into it. And actually, Isaac Newton, who like practiced alchemy and stuff, and wrote letters to John Locke talking about how he like practiced alchemy and stuff, actually went and thought that if you could study the dimensions of the Temple of Solomon, you'd actually figure out how the whole universe was designed, that it was built as a mini model of the way the universe was shaped or something like that. So he thought that if you figure out the exact dimensions of the Temple of Solomon or the construction of the Temple of Solomon, you could figure out a lot about the cosmos. And it's really interesting, that like there's so many different
I
sites like the
I
Giza
would
Plateau and those sites where they try to align these things with the astronomical measurements or whatever.
Yeah,
That does seem interesting.
astronomy. The older civilizations, talking about like India, go back 7,000 years. They had depictions and measurements, at least when it came down to astronomy. I don't even believe they were the first. They're just the first we have any records of, right? None of this stuff is anything new. Matter of fact, it would lay claim that it was probably the most reliable form of measure that was available at any given time. That's why so many civilizations used it, was because
Because maybe it's kind of like trigonometry. You know what I mean?
Yeah, mathematics. When it all breaks down to mathematics, yeah, everybody had systems of measurement.
You're basing it off of shadows. You're building how you base it off of shadows of the sun and the way different planets and lights in the sky are, because it helps you position the shit that you're building or whatever. You mean?
Yeah, everybody had.
But that is still extremely complex, because just at the time, I mean, I could show people the timeline. I mean, it's almost laughable what they say with the timeline.
It's only complex because of our perception of, we can't imagine not doing math without a calculator, right? Like if we had to actually sit down and figure shit out, right? We don't even want to put it enough effort.
What they can't imagine is why, if motherfuckers were using toilets in India in maybe 2000 BC, then why the fuck were they wiping their ass with rocks in 400 in 400 AD in Europe or whatever?
No, you could go back even further. The oldest known method that we have of transferring water from one location to another would have technically been the Persians, like modern day Iran. Zoroastrians, they basically had I would call it a pipe, only because it was covered, but effectively, to give it an accurate description, imagine a ditch 600 miles long that was also covered. They managed to pull that off. So far, they're the oldest ones on record. Somebody might come up with something a little bit sooner. I never claim that this one group was the first, because it's just it's the case of when we see something, we're impressed by it. Water gardens, things like that, all this shit's been around for longer than we have. We just have a hard time fathoming the idea that somebody can do something without machines. You want water? What does somebody say in chat? Like necessity is the mother of all inventions. You need water, you'll find a way to move it from one place to another. Oh God, the Vikings. I was a big fan of the Vikings. I don't know why people hated them so much, but they had some pretty cool shit too. I would lay claim that the establishment of North America was more attributed to them than anybody else.
Yeah, what about Zhang He? You ever hear that theory that the Chinese discovered America?
It's actually quite possible.
The Chicons.
It's actually feasible too.
They tried to usurp the republic.
Yeah, I guess imagine saying that out loud would probably get you some demotation on your social score. But is what it is. All of this shit's been around for a long time. We don't really do anything new. Baghdad battery, that's like what, 2,500 years old? Like the idea of, storing electricity, or even though it was more of a chemical concept, we still have chemical batteries today. We don't really do a lot of new things. We just do the grandest of our inventions are mostly based off of efficiency.
Yeah. I mean, efficiency is one way. But yeah, efficiency is definitely a driver of innovation,
What's the most of the profitable that we can lay at it, lay down things like you got the idea of like calendar systems, right? The calendar systems that eventually won over a given time, and you can go take this back, the lunar calendars and all that. The ones that generally won out, that were dominating, were the ones that were more efficient.
Yeah, I saw Neurojack quote quote Mao Zedong. I thought that was pretty based. That was hilarious. That was great, quote of Mao Zedong. You gotta remind me what the quote was of Neurojack. Yeah, that was pretty based. I quote Mao Zedong too. He said, war is politics. What he say? He said war is politics without, but a war is politics with blood, and politics is war without blood, or something like that.
Sounds about accurate to me.
Yeah, that kind of, I thought you would agree with those sentiments. You know what I'm saying? Because you're saying how everything's manipulation.
Wait, so you quoted because you quoted Mao? Somebody got pissed off? Like, really?
Yeah, that's what Neurojack's saying. Yeah. The people in the chat were like not buying they were like Mao Zedong. It's like, yeah, but Mao Zedong, he won. He combined Confucianism with communism, and he was able to, there were so many different warlords in China at the time, and
It's always been the case. Yeah, it's always been the case. Like, I don't even see why this would be like a problem to mention somebody.
Yeah, you could look at it. Yeah, you could look at it in two ways. You could look at it like you could look at Genghis Khan in two ways. You could look at Genghis Khan as, oh shit, here comes Genghis Khan, or you could look at Genghis Khan as, oh shit, Genghis Khan, he won. You know what I mean? Like, he won.
It's because of that unspoken. I'll take it back. It's because of that unspoken goal. It's that intention that people have that they don't want to say. So when you say something, like you respond or make a comment some way or another, everybody wants to pass judgment because it opposes whatever that their original intention is. They're going to place their morals on it. They're going to place their this on it. It is what it is. People are fucked up. Like, people are really fucked up. And I think we're probably even uglier in large groups.
Yeah, for real. Yeah, we got some uglies around, you know what I'm saying? But
Well, now that's interesting. That rights discussion, Miro, that was actually what drew me to the community, because there was a discussion about rights, and I found it kind of interesting. It wasn't really a common, for me, it hasn't been a common topic. I was kind of curious about it. Like, what is a right? Where does it come from? That thing. Oh, yeah. I would imagine, well, Christian nationalist, Mao would be pretty much an enemy. So I can imagine not being well received. That I can imagine. I just kind of consider it bullshit. There's pros and cons to everything. You can take something good, it's got pros and cons. You can take something that everybody agrees is bad, it's got pros and cons. This is just how it's always been.
Yeah, give me a second. I'll be right back. But why don't you tell us about something, Joshua? Man, you keep going, man. You're sounding good right now. You know what I mean?
I'll give you my concept. You could take Hitler and find the pros in that one. The state of Israel, as we know it, wouldn't exist without Hitler. Let's see here. The fight with the USSR, the idea of communism would have been a lot greater had it not been for Hitler. Like the U.S., the chances of us going into direct conflict with Stalin would have been far greater had it not been for Hitler. Like you can find pros and cons of everything. There's always something good that can be said about something bad. People just get pissy about shit because it goes against whatever their intention. Probably why we don't really have honest conversation. Maybe it's why we don't have, I'll go as far as say we don't really have the capability to have an honest conversation about too much of anything. This goes back to the concept of what you had said before, Nero, about the, you're confused as to why we don't have these conversations. Probably because it upsets, damn, I'm still trying to like cough up like an answer to that damn question. That question, thank you. You know, that question is going to screw with me all damn day long.
Yeah,
I'm going to spend all day trying to answer that question.
Yeah, but that goes back to another question is, if you could go back in time, would you kill Hitler? You know, it's a philosophy question.
No, if I had the option to go back in time and kill anybody, it would be a guy by the name of Philo of Alexandria. I would have killed him too.
Philo of Alexandria, out of everyone in history.
Out of everyone in history, that would have been the first.
Holy shit! Why that? Why Philo of Alexandria?
So Philo of Alexandria, basically
a lowly Middle Platonist. You would just go back in time and aim the gun at Philo of Alexandria.
Well, I wouldn't even give him the chance to even blink. He'd have been dead before. Like him. I have a horrible animal. Okay, so Philo of Alexandria.
You gotta elaborate on that one. That
okay,
is so fucking weird.
Philo of Alexandria was basically the person that society and history, and many scholars, again, I don't know how true this is, but the idea of the conversion from old Hebrew lifestyle, like take it the concept of
okay. So you're blaming him for Hellenization of the Jews?
No, I'm blaming him from
for
the combination between Greek philosophy being introduced into the Hebrew concept. So it's basically
that is what Hellenization is.
You would think so, but Hellenization
It's
goes
like
back
accepting
further.
Greek culture because Hellenization is more concerned with Plato and Aristotle than Greek culture is really concerned with it. Because of Alexander the Great.
Well, there's a bigger problem with it, and so take your idea of like what you think Islam is, take your idea of what you think Christianity is, and then take your idea of what you think Judaism is, and then take one step backwards, right? Back to the concept of the idea of philosophy is like grounded in mysticism. It's no mysticism, but the idea of like we can basically think and reason our way into knowledge goes way back further than that. However, based on our culture, or at least in Western culture, I claim that this is the point of our downfall. It was way before Philo of Alexandria. He was like what 4,000 something BC, 400 BC, 490, somewhere in there. Go back further to the point where the old Hebrew traditions, they were actually very unconcerned with what we would consider to be reasons for God. It was very, I hate to use the word, but binary. It's you'll do this, you will behave this way, you will do this thing, because if you don't, you will die. There was not much in the forms of reasoning, needing a cause or needing a justification for something. Philo of Alexandria, not intentionally, his intention was actually to find some way to take Judaism, or like the old Hebrew traditionalism system, and be able to compete with Greeks, with Greek philosophy, with the Greeks' way of doing things. I'm not saying that he intentionally decided to set out to fuck with this. I'm saying he was put into a position where he got involved with the competition between these two, and he solidified. He's the one that went down in history, writing his philosophy that introduced the conception that eventually birthed out Christianity, which eventually birthed out Islam. You got farther away from, like, I'm an atheist, but if it were the case that I believed in God, I would believe that, or the Abrahamic God, it would be that case there that would have been a better appeal to, like, what he could have been or what he was. Instead, you've just got philosophy parked on top of philosophy on top of philosophy on top of philosophy to whatever we have today. So if I had the option to go back and kill somebody, it would be him.
Well, I think that the development of Christianity, because Christianity was dealing with different philosophical achievements
Yes,
at the time, and it was
it was competing with the Greeks. 400
yeah.
years before it
Well,
existed.
it was adopting. Well, they make no bones about adopting different Greek systems, and
Sure,
but you know,
but in the case of preserving your culture, your traditions, right? Do you believe it's like the best interest to adopt other cultures and other traditions?
those cultural traditions or philosophical positions were basically I mean, imposed by the conquerors. But I mean that's not to say that they didn't adapt them, but you know, a lot of people say that Philo, he didn't really have good interpretations of Judaism. You know, a lot of people wrestle with his interpretations. A lot of people see at the time they also had Plotinus. See, Plotinus at the time, it seems like, you know, Plotinus and Philo might have not known about each other, and you know, Philo's not really mentioned in the Christian tradition. He doesn't really mention Jesus, although being a contemporary of Jesus. So
he wouldn't be in Christianity. He wouldn't be brought up as being relevant simply because.
Yeah. How come he wasn't mentioned more?
Well, generally because, like, if you're going to take any type of Christian doctrine seriously, like if you're going to take, like, the biblical accounts, hell, even go back to the original canonicals, you can't introduce Philo because it's going to be like, well, the Jews said you were wrong. Here's how their philosophy aligned up with it. This shit just not possible, right? It's basically like denouncing a religion from the reverse direction in history. It would be an insult. It would be like somebody from the past stated this is complete bullshit. You know, like before a thing existed. It would be like somebody, if you're sitting right here, right now, saying this thing is this thing, right? And then before this thing existed, you're getting judgment from that side. It just wouldn't match up. Philo of Alexandria basically took Judaism and tossed it in the hole unintentionally, right? Like, competition is going to come about. I just blame him.
So you want to preserve Judaism?
I would want to preserve its original state.
Why?
Which is probably not even possible, but probably for more accurate information, more accurate answers.
I see what you mean. Just to see, like, what it was all about in the beginning.
Yeah, I believe pretty much.
So you think Philo just fundamentally corrupted Judaism going forward?
Yeah, but I don't want it
yeah.
Yeah, but I don't want it worded in a way where like it was done maliciously, like it was his intention. I believe his intention was to basically compete. That he believed that society had to compete with the Greeks.
Yeah. I don't know if you saw the debate today on the modern day debate. You know, they were talking about
which one? I don't know.
It was with Grace Thorpe and Ben
Thorpe.
Shit!
No, God, no.
And
I saw about
Adam Green and Big Tech.
I've got no. Well, I don't know about Grace so much, but her father, I don't have much respect for him.
Yeah, the Grace Thorpe person and the Big Tech person, it seemed like they were kind of just on the sideline supporting the main debaters, but it
Yeah,
seemed
that
like
was
Ben Thorpe and Adam
was it the
Green were kind of
yeah,
going
that
at
was
it. They
yeah,
were the main people.
he had nothing to contribute.
Yeah,
Matter of
those
fact,
other two. Yeah, the girl and the big tech guy. Yeah, it just kind of seemed like they didn't have much to contribute.
well,
But
this is the
yeah.
one. If correct me if I'm wrong. That was the debate. What do they call it? The was Jesus a historical figure? That debate.
Yep, and that
Yeah, yeah,
goes
yeah.
to something I wanted to bring up and discuss today, and maybe you can join me next time because I actually got to close it down here in a few minutes. But it was yeah yeah. Sean says Adam Greenberg. Yeah, that's a joke that he says on a show because Christians will call him a Jew for saying that that Christianity is a as he puts it, he says Christianity is a Jewish psyop. So he says that the Jews created Christianity, but they created it as a diversion tactic.
There,
And
there's there's a lot packed into that accusation, though, right? Like some parts of it could, in essence, be true. So, like, take Philo for example, right?
yeah,
You
it
you
goes
might
to
be
what
able to
you're
like,
saying about Philo, because
yeah,
Philo seems like he's part of this bridge, between
right. You
I guess Christianity and Judaism, but I don't know how much that's true because that's taking a mythicist view on Christianity, and I don't think that's necessarily an accurate view
well,
of
keep in mind,
Christianity.
Christianity hasn't come about for like 400 years before this guy, right? Like, or close to like 400 years before or
400
after.
years before who?
Philo. Christianity came about like effectively about 400 years after him, right? It's the competition between the philosophy.
No. If you're talking about the letters of Paul,
No,
then
no,
if you
no.
believe,
Christianity. If you take your timeline, say Christianity comes about what with the death of Jesus, or unless we're going to talk about like the prophecy of the Messiah, which nobody knows.
well, do you believe that Paul wrote those letters?
I believe Paul wrote a shitload of letters. I believe probably. And again,
He
I
believed.
question the canon.
Well, then, when do you believe he wrote those letters?
Oh no, roughly 40 to 60 AD.
Okay, then if he wrote those 40 to 60 AD, then he was talking about Jesus's death in the letters.
Yeah, but but that would be like writing not God, I hate fucking agreeing with Ben. Not
I'm just saying it's kind of weird to think that that mythicism would be true
right.
if
If you're
Paul just
taking
made that,
if
Paul
you're
had to
taking
be it had to be
yeah,
based on
no.
someone.
If you're taking the Protestant Bible, right, the 66 books of the Bible, keep in mind they don't all agree. Like the Catholic Bible actually has an extra 3 or 4 books in it, right? But all of the canon totals up to like 174, 180 something books, just something like that, right? So you have multiple books. They pile them in together, right? And this is what we call they'll say, oh, well, those canons didn't. There's huge debate among all of the different denominations. Even non-Christians like Islam debates this, and then the Jews are everybody's got like a stake in the matter kind of concept. There's just a huge basically controversy about what counts or what. Now, if you're talking about the concept of when Paul wrote his letters, who by the way wasn't his real name either. If you like take into the count that these letters existed and he wrote about a crucifixion or an execution, however you want to put it, after the fact, it's not really controversial. The fact that he wrote these letters into the New Testament, or that eventually worked them way into the New Testament, again, not really controversial, or probably of much use. Like the Bible itself isn't only parts of it would supposedly be older than Jesus, which would have been supposedly the Old Testament. But that wouldn't also include the book of Revelations. That would have been older than Jesus too. So like the timeline, not really problematic. But the concept of blaming, right? Like if we're looking like whose fault, who did what kind of thing, I got to go back to Philo. Philo fucked. If it was the case that it was intentional, right? I don't know how that could be, because you'd have to know the future to be able to. I mean, maybe they might have had an idea, like the whole psyops thing. That sounds to be a little bit, conspiracy theorist. And I wouldn't know how you would even go about proving that wrong. I don't even think Philo gave a shit about like an idea of any other denomination. What appeared to me is it seemed like he cared more about trying to compete with what he saw was a philosophy that was invading his people per se, right? And he was trying to either adapt or become irrelevant, right? I think honestly he was trying to save his own people. So I don't like say that he was a malice, he was malice, he was trying to like destroy the people for some that's kind of a scapegoat. I actually think he was trying to defend his own people. Just thinking in doing so he absolutely destroyed any originality. Gone. Like that was the result. And I don't
Yo, I
even think
want to
that was
say,
intentional.
I want to say that that those episodes with Matthew North and Adam Green is some of the most important information. I mean, that kid Matthew North, what a talented researcher. Sad
Oh
that
yeah.
he's not around anymore. And the things he was talking about, the John Birch Society, and also his broadcast that he did called Joe Rogan Exposed. If anybody can find, I mean, these are like
Oh,
some of the
he went
most great.
he went after Joe Rogan.
Oh, he did a fantastic job of
Oh
doing
yeah,
it.
Rogan's made. Well, I mean, he's human. He's made some claims that were debunked later on. I
Well,
mean, everybody does.
no. It's more who he surrounded himself by, the Esalen Institute and the MK Ultra type of people. That's interesting. That the same people who are running the kind of the culture fraud with the psychedelics in the 70s. He seems to surround himself around those same people, and they seem to have
Like guilt by association. Okay, I guess. Oh yeah.
yeah. Yeah, of course, Destroyer. You could post a link. I'd love to talk to you about some of that research. That's some important stuff, and
Oh,
we definitely talk about
I will
Esalen
say.
Institute. Yo, on episode 3 of the Machine Lives, I talk about some of that stuff, Esalen Institute and all that stuff. So if you guys are interested, go and check that shit out.
I'm familiar with it, but only because of GTA.
Yeah.
Epsilon Institute, aka and GTA Epsilon. Yeah, it's there's always people putting weird shit in, places. It is what it is.
Yeah.
Oh, but to get, I did want to, the idea that Jesus was a historical figure, my answer would be yes, and I would actually give his name. It's Simon of Paria, if I'd actually pronounced that name correctly.
What? I've never heard of that. This
That
is a
was
new cat.
specifically here, I'll give you, let me give a,
Simon of Korea, but this is mythicism. Because
No.
you're claiming it's a different guy.
No, I'm not claiming it's a different guy. I'm claiming it's the guy they're talking about. Like when
I know, I get it, but that's not who that's not who historian. That's not the historical consensus.
Sure. Well, the historical census. Yeah. That one it is. The problem is you can't be like a Christian and lay claim like this was Jesus. That would come back to bite you in the ass. And the reason is because there's a few things that wouldn't line up.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. So I mean, the historical Jesus or whatever, if you go by like the most liberal scholar that's also accepted in the mainstream, that may be accepted by certain Christian scholars but rejected by the mainstream of Christians, would be like the Bart Ehrman type of people. And then
not specifically. The real big problem with Simon is because the timeline doesn't add up to exactly what they want. That shouldn't be anybody's fault, and that's more of a problem with conversion of calendars. Has really nothing to do outside of that. The other problem is he wasn't crucified, like he wasn't like hanging. He wasn't like basically on a pole. They do have access to his body. They're not legally allowed to exhume it. That would be the problem. But it does match up with a lot of the stories that are in there, biblically speaking. So, and it was basically it's cited by he's cited by Josephus and Tacitus.
Former slave of Herod.
Yeah.
That's what it says here.
Former slave as being, well, he did rebel. I mean, that's what he did. Now, this dude was like, Simon was effectively deemed a terrorist. I mean, he did things. He burned a palace, right? He he burned the palace, pissed off a bunch of people. Like, this dude was like, he was legit. Like, if you would have looked at him like in modern day, going to burn in a government building, yeah, you get on a terrorist watch
But
list.
here's what makes it not legit is this list right here. Look at this shit. First century list of claimants to Messiah. It's like 20 of the. It's like 20 cats that did the same shit.
Which is technically true.
So that's a little bit of faulty evidence because it's like, if you could just point to a bunch of people.
It's not, because if you look at like when Christians start citing like historical records, they're citing Josephus and Tacitus, generally speaking, right? These two combined will make mention of anywhere between 7 and 14 names of people. They're all cited as being not the same person, but being the Messiah. It's just people have to figure out which one do they want to claim that it's him. The problem with that is none of them, they all have the same problem. Timelines don't match up. Birth records don't match up. Like, all it is. But you have to pick one, right? If Jesus is going to be a historical figure, this is your list.
Yeah, it's interesting. For Destroyer and the other people that are listening, that fucking Elaine Pagels, who wrote the book on the Gnostic Gospels, is actually a member of the same institution, the Lindisfarne Institute, that started the fucking Esalen Institute. The guy Mark Murphy is part of the same, or I'm sorry, Michael Murphy or something like that is his name. Is part of the same Esalen Institute, you know. I mean, part of the same Lindisfarne Association that started the not only the Esalen Institute, but the Gnostic Gospels, and they have other members as well that are talking about different New Age thought and different stuff. But it's really interesting that Elaine Pagels is into it. Is connected to the same people who started the Esalen Institute. You know, she's like right in line with all those people. You know, and you know, I definitely find some of her work to be exceedingly troubling. How there's like all these like weird kind of dudes that converted to Judaism, used to study the Kabbalah, and they say that Kabbalah and Buddhism are like the same thing, and they have these weird, you know.
Wait, just out of curiosity, why is that weird?
Why is what weird?
Okay, let's hypothetically say that you're now convinced of this, you know, of a God, and then there's like basically three or four groups that claim to be representatives of this God, right? Why would you not want to go back to the most original version that you could get to?
Well, I mean, who are you claiming is trying to do that?
No, I'm just saying, wouldn't it seem reasonable to try to go back to as far, you know, as close as you could to the original thing as it was, whatever the original idea was? Why wouldn't you, like, why would you consider it to be unreasonable or strange to go back to that point?
Well, again, how would you say we do that? You know?
Well, I don't know. I'm an atheist. But if I was to basically adopt the idea of the Abrahamic God, I'd probably basically start measuring like Islam versus Christianity versus Judaism, which is the most original thought.
Yeah, but that doesn't really tell you where
you'd never
either of those things originated, you know, because if you're closer in the past to something, then you're able to tell with more clarity what the original thing was. So if you're using modern standards to measure ancient things, well, anyways, I actually got to cut out of here, but this is a very interesting line of discussion. I'd love to talk more with you about this. I did write a book about the origins of Christianity and right here. So yeah, I actually wrote a 400-page book on the subject.
You actually wrote a book. Do you have like an Amazon? I'll buy it. Just read
No,
it.
no, 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 no. I'll send it to you on Discord. Just add me on Discord, and I'll send you a free copy of it.
I sent you an invite. Oh, you
Yeah,
have
no
a
worries.
you have a
Yeah,
P.
no
No, you're
worries.
supposed. If you wrote books, you're supposed to be selling them.
Yeah. I would definitely appreciate anyone who buys a copy and helps support me.
So don't
I
send me
don't
the
have
book.
much
Send me
money
like
for sure, but yeah,
don't send me the book. Send me the link where I can buy the book. I'd prefer to do that way, and I'll
thank
actually
you,
read the book.
man.
I'm
Bless,
like I said,
man. Yeah, bless, man.
that was one of my educational fields, so I'll kind of be a little bit
Yeah.
interested.
Yeah, I'd like to talk to you more about this subject. But yeah, do you have any closing thoughts, Neurojack?
Well, I want to read that book as well, and
Yeah, I
you
got
know,
your back on that, guys, for sure.
yeah, I'm gonna try to order that and read that too, because this is something like this is another one of those things where I'm just asking because I want to get to the truth, and a lot of Christians don't really like you to ask those type of questions. But like the deeper I look into it, I don't I you know I consider myself a Christian, but at the same time, like I'm also aware that there's a lot of things that have been obfuscated, whether on purpose or not. And I don't see it as a contradiction in my religion to try and figure out what those things are and why it's there. Because like when I read the Bible or anything about the theology of Christianity, it's very apparent to me that it's based on
Oh shit! Did he drop? Bring him back.
No, he's out here. He just like unplugged his headphone or something like that. But yeah.
sorry, it cut out for a second. I know.
Yeah.
Did you guys hear? I don't know where it cut out, but basically, I was just saying that Christianity, I think there's a lot that we don't know, and I think when you look at it, it's based on a lot of other stuff that came before it. And I don't only mean Judaism. I think there was a lot of other interaction going on. And whenever I probe these questions, people get very upset, and I just don't understand why that is. Like, I mean, I
I
understand why it is, but
I
I
can
think it's
actually answer that, and I can actually give you. I'll even go as far as to give you your final answer. Theology will not get you any closer to the information. All it's or like whatever answer you're looking for. All it's going to do is going to lead you to more questions. Now, the concept of why people get frustrated with certain questions is because either they don't have the answer, they're unsure of the answer, or the answer conflicts with whatever they're trying to basically uh, portray. I'm actually one of these weird atheists that are very like against the idea of being anti-theist. I am it to be completely like straightforward. I have a bias toward Christianity where I would prefer Christianity, but that's a cultural thing, right? I was raised within that culture. Those were the people that surrounded me. And if I want to preserve my culture, I have to preserve these people. Like I have to take forth and put forth the effort, donate it to a church. I'm basically about $18,000 every year. Obviously, I get benefits from tax deductions. But the idea is I want to promote these people around me and my culture because that's my culture, right? I don't particularly care if somebody has a faith specifically in a God. They're my people. Like at the end of the day, that's what it boils down to. So we have different beliefs. So big deal, right? But the idea of finding the answer sure as hell ain't going to be in theology. Matter of fact, the statistic is most, and I'm not talking about ministerial theology. Most people say, well, like, I have a theology degree. And it's usually like within the ministry, they're trying to, the idea is to basically grant explanations within, that framework. I was in academic theology. It was just the study of a whole bunch of different religions. There's no answer. You don't get answers. You come out the other end with a lot of questions, and most people that come out of academic theology turn against religion, And it's not personal. It's just there are no answers. So if you go in seeking answers, you're pretty much screwed.
Yeah. I mean, it's interesting because you're an atheist, but you know, you want to get to the original answers of these things,
No,
you know.
no.
So
My statement is if I were to like, I basically adopt the idea or convert right to an Abrahamic God, I would want to get as close as I could to the original point, the original idea, the original prescription that was being made. I
so you
would.
may then say you're kind of agnostic.
Oh God, I had a problem with the historical
Because
knowledge.
you want to know if there's something there that you can work with in the
No, I would
original message.
no, I would automatically reject anything that was modern because I would believe that I would lay claim that it's been altered, it's been touched by the hands of man. And as I already stated that I've already told you, two people standing next to each other, they don't have the same intentions. And so I believe everything is manipulated that's ever been touched by man. including two people having a conversation, right? There's always a manipulation factor in there. It's
Shit. Well, I
unavoidable.
hope you're not been trying to manipulate me this whole time.
Well, sure. Like, I mean, to be kind of to be fair, right? So, like, you have an idea, right? You're wanting to discuss stuff. I have questions. Sometimes have ideas, and I'm trying to express it. Even the wording that I use is technically manipulative. I could be telling you that this is good or this is bad. Like example, my take on Philo of Alexandria. This is basically an idea that I have. So obviously, I'm going to use wording to express it in a way where, yeah, I'm like when we use the concept of Hitler, would I go back and execute Hitler? No, I'd go back and execute Philo of Alexandria. Like that would be the dude I'd assassinate, right? That's telling you that's implying that I consider this guy worse than Hitler. And Hitler was pretty damn bad, right? Yeah. And I'm even owning the idea. Like, I don't think he did this intentionally. I believe he was trying to save, his people. Basically by competing with another culture that was pretty much dominating the hell out of them. They were a threat. Philosophically, they were a threat. The Greeks were technologically more advanced at the time. I mean, they were slaughtering. It was just a matter of time before they come in and basically, well, obviously it was going to be under the Roman Empire, but they would have basically just made them irrelevant. He had to do what he did. Doesn't mean I can't judge him for it because I'm that asshole.
Yeah. Yeah, well, you sound like an intelligent dude, man, and it was definitely a fascinating discussion. And I thank you for joining this panel here, man. And you're welcome back anytime. I think I'm gonna go back on maybe in a few days, or usually, I just come back on Sunday. So if you don't see me back in a few days, just see me back on Sunday,
Yeah,
guys.
hit me up on Discord. Like I said,
Yeah, yeah, hell yeah, yeah, yeah,
message.
yeah. I'll definitely send you back a message there, and thank you always for joining
Make
Neurojack.
sure make sure you send Nero's contact too, so I can.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. Me and Neuro will definitely get in contact with you, yeah. Well, everybody have a blessed night. I'm gonna have to go here, for sure, because I gotta wake up and pray my sunrise prayer. So I gotta wake up my baby brother for the morning prayer before it gets to sunrise here. So I'll have to leave you guys alone for now. But thank you for joining, everyone, and I gotta run. You guys have a blessed night, and we'll continue on these same topics next time. Basically, transhumanism, manhood, Eastern philosophy, and we're gonna start up with some of these topics in anticipation for some of my future presentations on these things. So, all right. Well, y'all have a blessed night then, guys. And thanks for joining us. Yep.
Thank you, man. Have a good night. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Have a blessed night, guys.